Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
May it please the court, my lady, good morning.
Before
Good
we
morning.
get in,
Good morning, Judge.
before we go on record, I just want to indicate that Mr. Sibara, I forgot to mention your proposal that we should start
Okay.
early, but I don't want us to discuss it now. We will discuss it in the course of the day when we have time, or
Okay.
maybe before we part today. And then the next thing, I've decided to issue a directive. I think Nelisa will send it to your emails just to see if we cannot try to assist each other to expedite the finality of these proceedings. I see there are hands. Can we go in on record? Nelisa, please call the matter into the record.
All right, Judge. Today is the 7th of February 2022, calling the following matter, the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
2020. Oh, yes, 2021. Thank you. I see whose hand is that. I saw Miss Boy's hand, and then I don't know who. Can I check? Was it the only hand? All right.
Good morning,
Just
my
a
lady.
second for me. My apologies. Yes, you may proceed, Miss Boy.
Good morning, my lady. I just wanted to seek the court's indulgence and being excused this morning from the proceedings, just to attend to another matter. I have discussed with my colleagues to move my cross-examination if my time comes to a later stage.
Okay. Are you the only one today?
Our attorneys are present and will be following the proceedings.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right. On that note, we can proceed. Mr. Late and Miss Marriott.
Miss Marriott is not present, my lady. She's busy with a part of the matter in the magistrate's court. The witness is present and available to start with the testimony.
Okay. Before I go there,
it's Dr. Lenkwani.
good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly Siwe, can you let her take the oath?
All right, Judge, that's fine.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Please state your full names and surname for the record.
Sophie Thelma Linkwani.
Do you have any objections against taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, my lady.
If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Linkwani.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lenkwani, you had been employed by the Gauteng Department of Health before your retirement. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
When did you retire?
The 31st of October, 2020.
You, in connection with the closure of Life Esidimeni, attested to 3 statements. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And before I go there, I just want to confirm that you...
Sorry, my lady, I'm not sure if I'm the only one who can't see Advocate Late and the witness.
Yes, Advocate Late, you are not, I don't know. Do you have a problem with your camera?
My camera is on, my lady.
Yes, but we can't see you.
I don't know why I'm invisible. Because
you were there when you first addressing me, but immediately the witness came in. I don't know what happened.
The witness is also not visible to me on my computer, so I don't know what's going on. I'll switch off the camera and switch it on again. See what happens. Am I still not visible, my lady?
You are visible, the witness now. Maybe are you not connected to one camera because now the witness is gone?
No, we're not connected.
Okay, let her try the hair so that we can see if you're all visible.
Switch off your camera and switch it back on, please, Dr. Nkwani.
Mr. Sibara.
I was just testing if it was my camera, but
okay, no. You are correct. Even myself, I'm only now seeing the Mr. Late only.
I can't see him either as well.
You can't see Mr. Late?
No.
Then the problem should be your camera. Your camera. I don't know. Can anybody see Mr. Late, or do we have people having problems with that?
We can't see him, Your Honor. We can't see the witness now.
You can't see. You can't see who?
Connection.
I can only see your ladyship.
But now we can see Mr. Light, yeah.
Can you see Mr. Late, Mr. What?
No.
I can see Mr. Late.
I can also see Mr. Late, my lady, but not the witness.
Are you able to see the witness? Is no longer there now. I don't know.
It must be a problem with Teams, my lady. I don't think it's somebody specific's computer or whatever. It must be with the cloud Teams work from.
Can we check if the witness camera is on now?
If the lady will just excuse me for a minute. Is it still only my office, or can your ladyship see the witness now?
We can see the witness, but we want to check if you will also be visible.
My lady, what might be a problem is we've got both computers are on one account. So that might be why I'm not visible. I think it's doing better that the witness is visible and that only my sound can be heard if that will suit the lady.
Is Miss Merritt present today?
She will join us as soon as matter in the magistrate's call is finished.
Okay, no. Can we agree to proceed if you, before we do that, can we find out if you can all see the witness?
My lady, I can't see the witness, but if the court can see her, I'm comfortable to proceed.
Okay.
I can't see her.
Will that be the view of the others?
I can see the witness, my lady.
As a court, my lady.
I'm just asking those who can still not see the witness.
My lady, the witness is clear to us.
Okay.
I'm not able to see the witness, but I'm happy to proceed as long as I can hear the witness.
Okay, thank you very much. The only problem will be if one of you decides to cross-examine the witness, but we'll get there. Mr. Late, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lenkwane, you've got a PhD in psychiatric nursing, is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, I'm now going to refer you to the statements that you have made in this matter. Firstly, I would like you to go to page 576 on case lines.
576.
576, that's correct. Are you there, Dr. Lenkwane?
Yes.
Just wait, just a second, Mr. Lead. Just bear with me. I don't know what's happening here.
My lady?
Yes.
What happened is when I went into case lines this morning, I saw that there was the pages as I prepared for today was not the same, and I then realized that somebody had uploaded 2 documents, which I removed. So the page, if you had accessed case lines before this court started, it might be prudent to just restart case lines if it doesn't show the correct page.
My case line is failing me now, but let me see if I can manage. Just bear with me. I don't understand what is happening here. You might have to continue. I'll just note I'm trying it again. If I can't get through, I'll just sort this out during the tea break. Yes, there is a problem on my case line. It doesn't come through, you'll have to proceed.
Thank you, Malady.
Yes, continue.
Dr. Lenkwane, are you the person identified in the heading of the statement?
Yes, my lady.
Continue.
Can you now please go to page 579?
Page
579. Bottom of the page.
79.
Is that your signature?
Is it 579? Yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
It seems that you made this statement on the 22nd of November 2017 at 15:25, and it was made before the police. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
Before your testimony started, and since last week.
Just a second. Can you please mute your mics, please? Please. This thing, it keeps on recurring. I don't understand. Some parties will have to behave, and I think last time it was Miss Kekana. I hope it's not her again. Please do not distract these proceedings. We are in court. The court is in session. Continue, Mr. Lead.
Thank you. Before you started with your testimony, and last week, you had the opportunity to peruse all three of the statements that you had made. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
Now, going to this specific statement, do you confirm the contents thereof? That is the statement that you had made to the police?
Yes, my lady.
Are there any changes or additions that you want to make to the contents of this statement?
Yes, my lady, give me time. Let me see where I have written my. To make changes. Give me time, my lady. Sorry for that.
It's fine.
In this one. No corrections, my lady.
You don't have any corrections to make.
Thank you.
Not in this statement.
Okay, my lady, I'd like to hand in this statement as Exhibit I-1.
This is the statement on page, starting from page 576.
576, yes, my lady.
And then
it's
exhibit?
Statement back to the police on the 22nd of November 2017, and it's I-1.
the statement that is found on page 576 on case line. This statement was made on the 22nd of November 2017. Before it is handed in, can I ask anyone if they have any objection to the statement being handed in?
None. No objections.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much. The statement is therefore handed in and marked Exhibit I-1.
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to refer you now to a second statement that you have made. And it's found on page 354 of case lines. If you can go there, please.
354.
354, that's correct, yes. Are you the person identified in the statement, in the getting of the statement?
Yes, my lady.
If you now can go to page 358. You can go to page 358 of the statement. Is that your signature there? That's correct.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
The statement that you attested to on the 3rd of March, on the 11th of March 2019 at 11 o'clock.
Yes, my lady.
And this statement was obtained from you after you had consultations at our offices concerning this matter. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Do you confirm the contents of this statement as the statement that you had made to Colonel Ditabo on the 11th of March 2019, sorry?
Yes, my lady.
Are there any changes or additions that you want to make to this statement?
Yes, my lady.
Can you please proceed and inform the court about them?
Amendments that I would like to make. Paragraph 2, line 13.
Paragraph 2, line 13.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
By the end of March 2015 to be deleted.
By the end of March 2015.
Yes, to be deleted.
Yes.
Paragraph 4.
Yes.
Line 3.
Yes.
Family members informed it's supposed to be Mr. Musenuhi, not Dr. Manamela.
Family members
informed. I wrote Dr. Manamela instead of Mr. Musenuhi.
Okay, family members informed Dr. Manamela should read.
No, yeah.
No, listen to me. Family members informed Dr. Manamela to read. Family members informed Mr. Musenuhi.
Yes.
That is the change that you want to make.
Yes, it's Mr. Musenuhi, not Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
Paragraph 5, line 10.
Yes.
Should read support, not guideline.
Yes.
Paragraph 8, line 2.
Just can I check if the others are following? Are you all following?
We are following, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Continue, paragraph 8, line 2.
I was informed, it should read, I was informed by the former head of the department, Dr. Suleiman.
Yes.
Then where it's written Dr. Manamela and Dr. Libete Manamela, I didn't put doctor, so it should read Dr. Manamela, Dr. Libete. Their title.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I think those are the amendments that I want to make.
My lady, with the court's permission, this statement is handed in as Exhibit I2.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much. The statement on page 354 is handed in and marked Exhibit I2. Continue, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. A third statement that you had made, although it's in sequence, it was the second one, was made after you had a consultation with members of the Special Investigations Unit. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
I want to refer you to page 36310 of case line. 36310.
36310.
That's correct.
310. Three, 6, 310.
That's correct.
Yes, my lady.
And this again is you are again the person identified in the heading of the statement.
Yes, my lady.
You can go to page 36318.
36318.
That's correct. And that again is your signature that is visible on that page.
Yes, my lady.
And this statement was commissioned by Ursula Brandt in Johannesburg. It's not clear what the day was. It seems like the 7th because there's a TH after the date. and of May 2018. Can you remember that?
Yes, my lady.
Do you also had opportunity to peruse this statement before your testimony?
Yes, my lady.
Do you confirm the contents thereof as the statement that you had made on that day?
Come again.
Do you also
Counsel?
confirm? Do you also confirm the contents of the statement that you had made on that day?
Yes, my lady.
Are there any changes or additions that you would want to make to the statement?
In this statement, there is the last one, paragraph 8, the last line, the date.
Yes.
It should be read March 2016. 2016.
And not?
Not June 2016, because this was before the extension was granted.
Is that the only changes that you want to make to the statement?
Yes, my lady.
My lady, with your permission, this statement is handed in as Exhibit I3.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement that appears on page 36310 is therefore handed in and marked Exhibit I3. Mr. Late, any clarifications on the statement?
Thank you, my lady. Yes, there's something I want to ask. If you go to page 582 on case lines,
Page
582 to 589. That is a report that you had done after visiting certain NGOs. Are you there?
Page what, my lady?
582.
Sorry.
582.
582.
Yes.
It's Q, so where do I go?
There's a report, it says report on NGO support visits. And this report was drafted by yourself.
I can see that, but it's slanted, my lady. Where do I go so that I can see the reading?
When you go to view, you will see on the top there's home, find, view on the left-hand side.
View, yes.
Then you say, you click on rotate right. Are you there, Miss Dr. Linkwani?
Yes, my lady.
Is this the report that you drafted after visiting certain NGOs together with Mr. Sinelo and Mr. Mugabe?
Yes, my lady.
Do you confirm that the contents of this report is a true reflection of what you had experienced at the NGOs this report is dealing with?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Then I want to refer you to Exhibit I2, page 356 on case lines.
356.
Is there anybody who can also assist the witness in locating the pages?
Are you there?
356, are you there?
356.
Are you there, Dr. Limponi?
Give me chance, Mr. Advocate. Sorry.
You must just there where you clicked on view, you must click again on find. Then you'll get the little block where you type in the page number.
You said it's 356. I made a mistake. I said 36.
No, 356. Are you there?
356. Yes, my lady.
In paragraph 6.
Yes.
You explained what was the situation that you found at Precious Angels. And in line 7, you state that you asked the owner of the NGO, Ethel Mube, as to why adult patients were in cot beds. Of course, you saw they were spastic. What was, can you remember what was Ms. Mube's response to that question of yours?
What is the question, Counsel?
In the statement, you state that
yes.
you state that you had asked Mrs. Mube why the adult patients were in cot beds, but you don't refer to a response by Ms. Mube. What was her response to that question of yours?
Miss Ethel Mube said that she was expecting to get children, not adults.
When you visited the NGO, patients had already died there, is that correct?
Come again, Mr. Leet.
When you had visited the NGO on the 20th of July 2016, patients had already died at Precious Angels, is that correct? For mental health care users.
When I visited the NGOs on the 20th at Precious Angels, we were told about one patient, Christopher Makoba, that we had in the meeting.
Just go slow. Yes, Christopher Makoba.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
I say that is the one that when I visited Precious Angel on the 20th, we went there because we were told by Ethel that there's a patient that passed on, so she wants to bury him by Popper's funeral.
Okay.
So we said to her, we will go back and check the address if the patient is having contact address. We found that the patient is staying at Coma Road. Family was informed to contact Ethel. She did that, and then she made correct arrangements to collect the patient, and then the patient was buried by the family.
Were you informed why what the circumstances were that the patient had died in?
No, my lady.
Do you have personal knowledge of any other mental health care users that had died at Precious Angels after your visit there?
Come again, Council.
Do you have any personal knowledge about any other patients or in mental health care users that had died at Precious Angels after you had visited the facility?
After.
Yes.
Yes, my lady.
What is the, can you tell the court who the people are that had died after you had visited there?
It's solely.
Do you have personal knowledge of his death, or were you only told by somebody?
Who is the person? If you can give the name and surname. I heard you saying Soli. Did you say Soli?
Yes, it's
what,
Soli.
What was the surname?
Soli. Can I
just take your
lady,
time? Just take your time. We have to understand your evidence.
Yes.
Just check your records properly.
Thank you, my lady.
Is it Soli Mashichu?
My lady. Yes, thank you, Soli Mashichu.
Soli Mashichu. Yes.
What is your knowledge about his death?
I don't have any knowledge about his death.
Yes. So, Doctor, I'm going to ask you again, and you must listen carefully to my question. Do you have any personal knowledge of further patients that had died at Precious Angels? Not what you had heard or what was later, what you were later informed about. Any personal knowledge about people that had died?
No, my lady.
The reason why I asked the question is whether you are able to explain to the court the circumstances in which the people died. You understand?
No, maybe I missed your question, Counsel.
Okay, do you understand now? The reason why I asked this question to you is to ascertain whether you can help the court with the circumstances in which the people had died.
No, my lady.
Okay.
Circumstances, I cannot help the court.
Okay. Right. I'm going to take you now to I3 and on page 36312, paragraph 8. 36312.
This is I
36312.
312. Yes. In paragraph 8 thereof,
Paragraph 8.
yes,
Yes, my lady.
you refer to a meeting that was held at an LE facility on the 29th of January 2016. That is some in line from line 4 and further on. You see that?
Let me go to it, my lady. You said line, which line?
Just a second, my lady, before the witness could respond. If advocate lady can assist me with the page number, is 36 what?
312.
My lady, with the new numbers of the page on the case line, it has changed to 36315.
I'm on 36312. It is the correct page according to how the paragraphs are being mentioned. I don't know.
No, it just changed. I just printed it now. It's 36315. We can proceed, it's fine.
Yes, and this thing is going to cause confusion because even when I'm reading some of the things where we started at the beginning, some pages have moved. Mr. Late, you might have to look at this so that we shouldn't be having problems. But yes, so far, this is the correct page, and I think the witness is on the page. Did you find the page, Dr. Linkwane?
Yes, you said paragraph 8, line, yes. I missed the line.
Line 4.
Line 4.
Yes.
4.
You see this, it refers to a meeting that was held at an LE facility on the 29th of January 2016. See that?
Yes, my lady.
To which LE facility does this refer?
Waverley facility.
Thank you. You mentioned in this paragraph that you had made notes of what was said at the meeting.
Come again?
You mentioned in this paragraph that you had made notes during the meeting.
Yes, my lady.
And those notes are attached to your statement as STL4.
Yes, my lady.
I want to take you there. It's on page 36404.
Page
36404.
04.
Is Sacha present today? Sacha, are you there? Okay, I just wanted her to assist the witness in locating the pages. Okay, that's fine.
I am in the page, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I'm also there, Mr. Lead.
That is a page out of a diary with written notes on, but I must say I cannot read it.
Yes.
I would like you to, if possible, to read this these written notes into the record if you're able to do so.
Is the witness
My
not
lady?
having, just a second before you do that, don't you have the original copy of this note?
I don't have the original copy, but this is what I have also written in my statement, what transpired at the meeting.
Okay.
So what is written on STL4 is also contained in that statement. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to cross-examine this witness? I will start from Mr. Watt Pringle.
My lady, it may not be a matter of cross-examination so much as the witness in updating her statement, which is at page, the second one referred to which she was referred by Mr. Late at page 354, she introduced a reference to Dr. Silabano, and neither I nor my team was able to follow that exchange, and I just want to get clarity if the witness can assist. That may or may not lead to cross-examination.
Okay. You may proceed then.
Yes, Dr. Linkwane, can you assist me with that? You were taken to the statement in case lines page 354, and you...
Page
354.
Come again?
354, my lady.
Yes.
And I lost track of where the witness was being taken, but I did pick up that the witness inserted, I assume somewhere in manuscript, reference to Dr. Silabano. Is the witness able to, Dr. Linkwane, able to assist me?
I'm trying to go to the line, my lady.
I have no objection. I have no objection. Mr. Late also weighs in on this. I just want to get clarity.
My lady, I hope that Mr. Watt Pringle will not object if I weigh in. I had it that the reference, the change was a reference from Dr. Manamela to Mr. Mosenogi. I do not recall Dr. Silabano being...
There is some way, I think, if I may assist, the witness will confirm if this is correct. What I picked up from what you said on this page, that is the second statement. It's just that that's when my case line was giving me problems, but I understand. Can I quickly go to the page? What I picked up was that at paragraph 8, paragraph 8 of the statement, which is on page 357, she referred to line 2, which starts, we informed her. She said, paragraph 8, I think I'm on the wrong paragraph. Paragraph 8, let me just go to it. On this paragraph, what you said, if you may clarify, you referred to paragraph 8 and you said line 2. And then you said, I was informed should read, I was informed by the former HOD, Dr. Silabane. And then you proceeded to say where it reads Manamela and Libete, that should read Dr. Manamela and Dr. Libete. Can you clarify us here?
But lady, I'm not seeing that in paragraph 8. The paragraph 8 in front of me reads, my interactions with the former MEC was minimal.
Yes, I'm looking, as the witness was testifying with regard to these changes, I had a problem with my case line. That is why I didn't say anything. I just noted what she said. So I understand why you want clarification, because this is what she said. I just wanted to clarify us whether this is the correct paragraph that she was referring to. Then you will take it from there.
Yes.
Can you look at paragraph 8, Dr. Linkwani?
Yes, my lady. I said paragraph 8, line 2.
Yes.
It should start by saying I was informed by the former head of department, Dr. Silibano.
But when we look at, just a second, line 2 reads, if you look at line 2, it starts from my interactions with the former MEC was minimal. In the times that I attended the meeting, she was bullied and pushy. Then the former HOD, Dr. Silibano, was not the one who was calling the meetings, to the extent that he was not attending all the meetings regarding the marathon project. So we don't know where is that.
I said to add that I was informed before the former head of department.
Oh,
should read. I
you
was
wanted,
informed.
You wanted
by.
Okay, there it is, Mr.
So it should read, I was informed by the former head of department, Dr. Silibano, that he was not the one who was
the one.
Come again? Just read it.
That he was not the one who was calling the meetings.
Okay. Okay, correct now.
All right. My lady, I don't think there's any cross-examination coming out of this. I'm taking a quick instruction.
Okay, okay, thank you. Just bear with me.
Right, my lady, thank you. I don't want to take up any more time.
All right, I'm just noting this. This is paragraph 8, line 2. Yes.
Then we have no questions for this witness beyond the clarification.
Okay,
thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Is there any cross-examination from the counsel representing Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, my lady. My lady, there are a few references to the MEC in the statements.
Yes.
Where the witness refers to certain conduct that she attributes to the former MEC. I would like the opportunity to cross-examine her on that. And then I have one clarity-seeking question concerning one of her annexures where she refers to Dr. Manamela.
Okay.
My lady, I'm having a difficulty seeing the witness, but I'm happy to proceed. I can see Mr. Late for some reason, but I can't see the witness.
Okay, it's fine. You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Lenkwane. How are you?
Good morning, counsel.
I am counsel for Ms. Dorothy Mahlangu, the former MEC. I'm going to be.
Counsel.
I can see you now. I'm going to ask you a few questions just concerning references that you've made to Ms. Mahlangu in your statements. Now, you've already told us that Annexure I-2 was made pursuant to consultations with the NPA and was taken by Colonel De Tabo, and that is your second statement. I'm interested in your first statement, Annexure I-1, and that statement is dated the 22nd of November 2017. I would just like to understand the context in which and perhaps I won't limit it to this statement, but the context in which you made the statements. What was your understanding of why you are making these statements?
Come again, Council.
Dr. Lenkwani, I'm asking you about the context in which you made your statements. I want to understand what you understood to be the purpose of why you are making the statements.
The purpose that I understood, I was told that they are investigating because there were deaths that were reported.
I see. And were you giving information as to what, were you giving information on your interactions on the marathon project, which would have a bearing on the deaths?
Yes, I was giving the statement regarding the project, the whole project, because the project, its termination and also the marathon.
I see. Okay. Now, if we look at page 354 of statement I2, if you could go there, please.
354.
That's correct, Dr. Lenkwani. And specifically paragraph 2, please. If you would like to take a moment and read that paragraph to be better acquainted with it.
Paragraph 2.
That's correct.
Yes.
Would you like to take a moment and read it to become better acquainted with it?
The whole
Yes,
paragraph or line?
Yes. Read the whole
Okay.
paragraph first to familiarize yourself with it, and then from there she will continue to ask questions.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Now, if we go to line 14 of that paragraph, you've deleted the beginning portion as per your corrections, but it reads, in the interest of time, Life Esidimeni was expected to reduce further 20% patients above the agreed 200 per year in April 2015, as instructed by MEC of Gauteng Department of Health, Ms. Cedani Mahlangu. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if you go to page 576, please. That is statement I1.
576.
Yes. And I'm going to be asking you a question on paragraph 3. So if you could take a minute to better acquaint yourself with it.
Paragraph
3, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
If you could have a look at paragraph, lines 13, 14, and 15, which read as follows. I, together with my colleagues, were informed by Dr. Manamela that the former MEC, Ms. Cedani Mahlangu, has announced termination of the contract due to challenge regarding costs and a decision taken to reduce further 20% by April 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now that's more or less the same as the paragraph that I read to you from your first statement. Do you agree?
Yes, my lady.
I'd now like to take you to paragraph 8 of your third statement, which is at page 36311.
Three, 6.
311. And specifically paragraph 6, if you could please acquaint yourself with paragraph 6 thereof.
Yes, my lady.
This is now paragraph 6, paragraph 8.
Paragraph 6, my lady.
Yes, not 8. Okay, that's fine.
And I'd like to take you towards the last 4 lines of that paragraph, which I will read to you. The message we as members of the MHD received from Manamela was that the decision to terminate the LE contract came from the MEC. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Now, that's a little bit different from your 2 previous statements. In those statements, you say that the MEC announced the termination of the contract, and in this statement, you say that she took the decision. Do you see that?
I see that.
Now, Ms. Matlangu disputes that averment, that she took the decision. She will testify that it is the Premier who took the decision to terminate the contract. Can you dispute that?
I wouldn't know because I was told by Dr. Manamela.
I see. So it falls beyond your knowledge, if I understand you.
Yes. Yes, my lady.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to page 355 of statement I2, please.
Page
355, my lady.
That is now I2.
That's correct. And specifically paragraph 4, if you could take a moment and acquaint yourself with paragraph 4.
Page, sorry, I missed that one.
That's fine, Dr. Linkwane. It's page 355. 355.
355.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, my lady.
Paragraph 4, if you could please acquaint yourself with paragraph 4.
I'm there.
Yes, just read the whole paragraph first, then wait for the question. Once you are done, you will inform the court.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you may continue, Ms. Govender.
Yes, the court, please. Now, Ms. Matlangu agrees with the meeting as you've captured it here in this statement. Because the reality is that she was not closing Life Esidimeni. She was, well, not her, government specifically, was terminating its contract with Life Esidimeni. So factually, she agrees with you. Any comment?
In what respect does she agree? I didn't pick that up. If you can just, for the benefit of the court again.
Certainly, my lady. Ms. Matlangu agrees with paragraph 4 of Annexure I2 in that the government was not closing Life Esidimeni itself, but was terminating its contract, the SLA, with government and Life Esidimeni. So factually, Ms. Matlangu agrees with the manner in which Dr. Lenkwane captured the meeting in her utterances. And I'm giving my apologies, Dr. Lenkwane, the opportunity to comment if she so wishes. Dr. Lenkwane, do you wish to comment?
Yes.
Do you understand the question?
Maybe I don't get the question clearly. Can you come again, Counsel?
My lady, I believe that Mr. Late would like to address the court.
Yes, I'm just looking at this. Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady. My lady, this is the kind of questions that I referred to in our meeting on Friday. There's absolutely no purpose in stating to a witness what you agree with. I don't know what comment the witness can make to the fact that the MEC agrees with her. I think we should move on as a court, please.
Yes, Ms. Govender.
My lady, this is a very important point because we've had, and if Mr. Late was listening to the previous witnesses, they had captured this meeting very differently. They had in fact stated that the former MEC made very controversial comments at this meeting. And it's important for me to confirm that the manner in which Dr. Lenkwane has captured it, Ms. Matlangu is in agreement because we have disputed the other witnesses' recordal of the events at this meeting.
Where does it take us in any event, whether you confirm it or not? Because you can, when you argue a case, you can say she agreed with you. Where does it take us? I don't see it taking us anywhere. I hear you, and yes, but where does it take us?
As the court pleases, my lady, I'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if we go to paragraph 5
of the very same statement.
Yes, my lady. In particular, the bottom of, well, Dr. Lenkwane can take her time to acquaint herself with this paragraph, but I'm going to be focusing on the very last.
Mr. Late, just before you proceed, are you still raising a hand or you forgot to put it down? Okay, he'll indicate, I think. Yes, you said paragraph 5.
Yes, my lady.
Just let me, if there is a hand while I'm still looking at, yes, while I'm still on case line.
Yes, my lady, I'll do so.
Yeah, paragraph 5. Can
Yes.
the witness look at the paragraph?
And the witness need only read to the top of page 356, because I'm going to be dealing with the very last line on page 355 to the top of 356.
Yes, my lady.
Are you done? Up to 355 to the top of 356.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue, Ms. Govender.
As the court pleases. You say that Dr. Manamela was, however, interfering with the process, even if she had not visited NGOs before and was not aware of their readiness. What do you mean by that, Dr. Lenkwane?
This I meant that during the Monday meetings, we were being given feedback about the readiness of the NGOs.
Yes.
So when we were at Waverley, when we were transferring, the identifying team would tell us that we should send so many patients. And then Dr. Manamela will also say, at the same NGO sent maybe more, it will be more patients than what the identified team told us.
Thank you.
I
Just hold
meant
it there.
that.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
Now, Dr. Lenkwani, the MEC will testify that she was not aware of Dr. Manamela's conduct in this regard. Can you dispute that?
That I wouldn't know, my lady.
Let's go to paragraph 7 of the very same statement, please, page 357.
Paragraph
7 at page 357.
Yes.
If you could just read the paragraph and become acquainted with it.
Yes, my lady.
Now, the very last line, you say in the MEC meeting that I attended, she said, if you are not doing your work, you will be fired. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Just hold it there. I think she's having some problems. Miss Govender?
My lady, can you hear me now?
Yes, just repeat that question properly on record.
In the last line of paragraph 7, you say, in the MEC meeting that I attended, she said, if you are not doing your work, you will be fired. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Now, the MEC will testify that she frequently made statements like this, not necessarily in the context of the termination project, but she encouraged a lot of the department officials to pull their weight because they were constantly not doing their job. Can you dispute this?
Would you agree with the statement that Ms. Govender is putting to you regarding the contents of this paragraph, the one that she has just mentioned to you?
I wouldn't know if he was not saying this to the termination of the contract. I was referring to the meeting that I was attending because it was referring to that. So
Yes.
I don't know. I don't understand if I would dispute.
Come again? Would you dispute that?
No, the question that is put forth to me is to say maybe can I request counsel to repeat her question, please?
Yes, just before she does that, please listen attentively. What she's trying to put to you, she's giving you the version or what the MEC, the former MEC, will say in these proceedings. Right? Would you
Yes,
like
my
to do
lady.
that, Ms. Govender?
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes, if you can just rephrase.
Dr. Lenkwane, I'm saying that the statement that you attributed to the former MEC, that if you don't do your work, you will be fired. The MEC will testify that she frequently made statements like this, and it was not limited to the Life Esidimeni termination project. And I was asking whether you are in a position to dispute that. So it's either you can dispute it or you can't dispute it.
Do you understand?
I was not attending other meetings that she was said these words. I heard her in this meeting. It was for the first time that I heard that.
Yes, then you aren't in a position to dispute that she said it frequently, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, just as a natural proposition and a follow-up, what is wrong with the MEC as she was then telling people that they would be fired if they didn't do their job? Is that not what happens when you don't do your job?
I'm not in the position to can answer this one.
Thank you. Proceed.
Now, you said also at paragraph 7, you're working under fear in a very stressful environment. Do you see that? That's immediately before the line that I just read to you. So it's the second last or the third last line.
Yes.
You also say at paragraph 8, my interactions with the former MEC was minimal. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
So who were you afraid of when you say you're working under fear in stressful environment?
I was afraid to the words that MEC said, if you are not doing your work, you will be fired.
Thank you.
I'd like to take you to your statement I1 now, please, and it starts at page 576. Now, much of what's covered in your first statement is repeated in your second statement, and we've already dealt with that. But I'd like to take you specifically to page 590. Are you there, ma'am?
Thank you.
Now, this is a letter that is dated.
Are you there? Is the witness on the page?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
This is a letter dated 26 September 2016, prepared by Dr. Manamela. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Now, you'll see at the first line, well, it's addressed to you, And you'll see the first paragraph refers to a meeting on Saturday, the 17th of September 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Now, the MEC will testify that she became aware of the deaths of about 36 patients on about 13 September 2016, and that she took immediate steps.
Just a second. The MEC will testify that she heard about how many deaths?
Approximately 36 deaths.
Okay.
On the 13th of September 2016. And thereafter, she took immediate steps to assess the situation, including this meeting of 17 September 2016. Can you dispute that?
I wouldn't know, my lady.
Okay. I'd like to take you to paragraph 3 of this letter.
Yes, I'm just checking. I see it's 11:39. Just finish on this one and then we take our tea break. Then we'll continue thereafter. It's fine. You can just finish on this document.
So at paragraph 3, Dr. Manamela says the following to you. She says, I have noticed with serious concern that the status of the NGOs where we place the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni or LE leaves much to be desired. Do you see that?
Are you there, Doctor? Doctor, can you hear us?
Come again, please.
Just look at, are you on that page? Page 590?
Yes.
Look at that letter that you have been referred to, and then paragraph 3 of the letter, which reads, I have noticed with serious concern.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed, Counsel, from there.
So Dr. Manamela says to you that she notes that where the NGOs where the MHCUs were placed leaves much to be desired. But you'll recall that I took you to
just a second, my lady, before my lady colleague could proceed. If my mind serves me well, during the engagements of curtailing times, it was stressed that councils are going to desist from asking questions which are not relevant to their clients. My learned colleague now, I'm listening to her, she has been going through reference to Dr. Manamela, which does not refer to a client. I don't know how far it would take us this because Dr. Manamela, she's represented in these proceedings.
Yes, you're correct. In fact, I want her to explain. I was just about to ask her to explain because I see it is recurring now. Why do you want to ask about? I thought you wanted to deal with this in relation to your client, but now I see you're insisting on Dr. Can you just clarify us then?
I will. My lady, when I started and I explained the areas of cross-examination, I specifically mentioned that I would be dealing with references to the MEC and that I would be asking one clarity-seeking question concerning Dr. Manamela. And her ladyship allowed me to proceed.
Yes, but you said one, but I want to hear where are you taking us with regard to why ask this question?
Yes, my lady, I took the witness to paragraph 5 of Annexure I2. And you'll recall that I asked her what did she mean by Dr. Manamela was interfering with the process, and she explained that.
Yes.
This links directly to that question, because on the one hand, well, I'll be giving away the question, but I'm happy to do that. On the one hand, she says that Dr. Manamela was interfering with the process. She clarified that Dr. Manamela was asking for additional patients to go to the NGOs when she hadn't visited. But here, Dr. Manamela is in fact almost raising a concern with Dr. Lenkwane that people were placed at NGOs where much was left to be desired. I wanted her to clarify the discrepancy between paragraph 5 of her statement and this annexure to a statement which was addressed to her by Dr. Manamela.
Before we go there, I don't know whether you call it, you understand it as a discrepancy. How does this relate to your client?
My lady, it relates to my client.
It appears now, she's now testifying about Dr. Manamela.
My lady, it relates to my client because as I've taken her ladyship to Annexure I3, Dr. Lenkwane attributes the decision to terminate to my client. We've clarified that that's not my client's version. Also, what's happened in these proceedings is a lot of the shortcomings that took place during the marathon project have by inference been attributed to my client. My client was not aware of all of these discrepancies at the time, and I'm purely giving Dr. Lenkwane an opportunity to clarify because it seems as if Dr. Manamela is somehow attributing these concerns to her, and that's why I'm giving her the
opportunity. But you are not answering me. Then before I give Mr. Sibara, you are not answering me. My question specifically, how does this relate to your client? If it doesn't relate to your client, then you're going to have a problem because still you are taking me back to Dr. Manamela and the very same witness who's testifying. Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. I wanted to, I raised this deliberately so to engage on this topic when it was read during the pre-trial on Friday, that what the stance we are adopting as counsels, it will come back to shoot us on our foot because Advocate Govender, she's representing the MEC. And this is the whole spectrum of the movement and cancellation. And to limit cancel on a specific client, it will be very difficult for all of us to do that and to move on that line because there's aspect which one counsel would not have picked up and Advocate Govender would have picked it up. An inconsistency with regard to a particular witness. And this is exactly, I was waiting for this incident to happen because she's asking a pertinent question, but she's hamstrung because she's not representing Dr. Manamela. And it's a relevant, fair, pertinent question. Then, in my view, I raised this objection to trigger in a debate, which was raised when I was cross-examining Anna Jacobus about the statement of Mr. I don't remember his name, but for Ribafeni. And we even raised it that these witnesses are court witnesses. From where I'm sitting, I would not even be objecting to Advocate Govender raising this line of questioning because it's relevant according to me. We can only object when something is relevant.
You have just raised an objection now.
Yes, I raised this objection to.
All right, I heard you, Mr. Sibara. The matter is on the floor. He wants us to go back, and I think we have discussed this matter sufficiently. Can I give 1-2 people? Then from there, I'm going to ask here, Ms. Govender. From there, I close the matter. Anybody who wants to address the court regarding this issue? This was sufficiently canvassed on
my lady.
Friday. Just a second, Ms. Govender. I see Mr. Pina. Who's the next one? Anybody who also wants to say something?
As court pleases, my lady, my hand is also up.
Yes, I saw your hand. I've noted you. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Van Bergen, I've noted you. Can you proceed, Mr. Lead?
As a court pleases, my lady. As I indicated in my written submission for Friday, is that this court has to only find prima facie evidence.
Yes.
The fine points of credibility at in this court is not of so much importance as in a trial. What is my learned friend going to argue at the end of the day? Because there is this little discrepancy in your evidence, your version of in total cannot be accepted. Nobody will be able to argue like that. So rather keep to the salient facts to which a witness can attribute than to try and break down the credibility regarding small little things, which is not relevant to what is the central question in this matter, the consequential causes of death.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I don't want to rehash the discussion of Friday.
Yes, it's not necessary to do that.
No. I'm merely going to comment on how I understand the questioning by Ms. Govender on this issue.
Yes.
From the initial aspects that she referred this witness to in her affidavits, it would appear that Dr. Lenkwane indicated that Dr. Manamela appeared to attribute blame for what happened, and specifically as regards the decision to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract directly to Ms. Kedani Mashlangu, the former MEC. As I understand the discrepancy that Ms. Govender is now pointing out, that could very well form the basis of an argument that Dr. Manamela's conduct itself and her knowledge of the lacking status of the NGOs can be seen as a novus actus interveniens, which would interrupt any possible or alleged culpability on the part of Ms. Mashlangu. That's how I understand it, my lady, and I think in that context it would be relevant, as your ladyship pleases.
Yes, but now too, I don't want us to be rehearsing. You know, I hear you are talking, but now the question is, what has been said by Mr. Sibara? You are not going there. I understand this question, but the question is, how do we deal with the issues that have been raised by Mr. Sibara? Because I don't want us to go back there. We have agreed that.
My lady, if I understand Mr. Sibara correctly, he indicates to the court that with this example that we have, one cannot absolutely ring fence cross-examination.
Yes.
Only to the actual factual involvement of one's own client. There must be some leeway involved. Okay. And I submit that in a situation like this, I don't know if my interpretation of the question is what Ms. Govender had in mind. She can comment on that. But I would say that this is an indication of where a bit of leeway can be allowed.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Govender, I'll just have to listen because I also asked you a question as to where are you going with this question. Once you convince me, then if I'm not convinced, then the court will take its decision. Yes, continue.
My lady, clearly Mr. van Bergen understood where I was going.
Yes,
yes. And that's the point, my lady. Her ladyship has made her position abundantly clear to us, and I wouldn't dare traverse the confines.
It's fine. I don't want you to take us back to what Mr. van Bergen has said. I asked you the question as to how do you link this to your client? So if you can answer me, then I'll understand. I get Mr. van Bergen's point, but the point of the matter is that reference is being made to Dr. Manamela, and you said you only needed to go to Dr. Manamela, where Dr. Manamela is mentioned in the statement on the basis of seeking clarity, right?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, take it from there and tell me as to why you raised those.
The reason that I've asked this question, my lady, is in seeking clarity. It's quite clear that on the one hand, from the statement, Dr. Lenkwane is attributing certain blame to Dr. Manamela, and on the other hand, Dr. Manamela is trying to attribute certain blame to Dr. Lenkwane. At the end of the day, when one looks at this and asks clarity, it's quite clear that none of this liability, insofar as this is concerned, can be attributed to my client. And that's why it's beneficial for me to have sought this clarity.
Now you're answering me. The problem is that I didn't even get your answer as to where you're going with the statement. Okay. Can you all right, continue with the just clarifying the witness?
Dr.
If you can just rephrase the question again.
As the court pleases, my lady. Dr. Lenkwane, I took you to paragraph 5 on page 355, the very last line where you said Dr. Manamela was interfering with the process even if she had not visited NGOs before. And when I asked you what you meant by that, you said that she was wanting to send additional people to NGOs without assessing capacity. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, if you look at page 590, and this is your statement at Annexure I1, specifically paragraph 3, Dr. Manamela is now addressing you, and she's saying she notes with concern that the conditions of the NGOs, which left much to be desired. There seems to be a bit of tension between what you say in your statement as against this letter. Would you like to clarify that, please?
Do you understand?
I don't understand the question, my lady.
Let me rephrase, my lady, and this will be my last attempt because I don't know how much more I can clarify it, particularly after the debate. But on the one hand, in your statement, you seem to say that Dr. Manamela unduly interfered in the process, which simplistically you are saying is wrong. Do I have you correctly?
Is that a hand from Mr. Late? Mr. Late, did you forget to put your hand down or what is happening? Yeah, okay. Dr. Lenkwane, do you understand what Ms. Govender is trying to say to you?
I don't understand, my lady, when he says wrong. I don't know. I don't understand.
She's talking about, if I may, she says what you said in your previous statement.
Yes.
That Dr. Manamela was interfering with your work.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As against what is mentioned in paragraph 3 on this page of the letter appearing on page 590. Right?
Yes.
According to her, this page says it's addressed to you from Dr. Manamela, and she says she has noticed with serious concern that the status of the NGOs where we placed the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni leaves much to be desired. Now, yes, she regards this as against your previous evidence that I've just referred you to as a discrepancy. First, do you agree that it is a discrepancy? Secondly, if that is so, she needs clarification. Did I put it the right way?
Spot on, my lady.
Okay. Do you understand? Do you regard it as a discrepancy or a contradiction between the two?
I'm trying to understand this.
Okay. It's fine.
Where he has written, I have noticed with serious concern that the status of the NGOs where we placed. I wouldn't know the status of the NGOs because I was working at Waverley. I didn't go to the NGOs. I only went to the NGOs when we were doing support visits. Have I answered cancer?
Well, my lady, in part, I think the best way to handle this is I will leave it for Ms. Maite, who will be cross-examining.
Okay, that's fine.
Dr. Linkwane at the end. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Yes. On this note, can we then take the tea adjournment? The witness is warned. You are warned that you are still giving evidence. You will need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are finished testifying and you are excused by this court. Well, the court is going to take a tea adjournment. Let's resume at 12:15.
As the court pleases.
Thank you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, when she was asked about what that difference was, said they have reduced or decreased thought. Would you agree with that?
I agree, Council.
They may be disorientated to place, time, and people. Would you agree?
I agree, my lady.
They are unable to take care of their personal or activities of daily living. Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
They have a tendency of being aggressive.
I agree, my lady.
And they are unable to manage their activities and their personal belongings. Ms. Buthelezi said, at times they are unable to take care of their assets or belongings. Would you agree with that statement by her?
I agree, my lady.
And she said that these presentations would differ depending on the individual mental status of each individual mental health care user. Would you also agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
Thank you. Now, I'll come back to that in a bit more detail in a while, but what I want to inquire from you, did you, during your tenure at the Gauteng Department of Health in the Mental Health Directorate, have dealings on a first-hand basis with Life Esidimeni prior to the termination project?
Yes, my lady.
And if I understand your statement, and if I may refer you to page 36311, that is Exhibit I3.
Yes. Did you manage to get the page?
Page
36311.
36311.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm there, my lady.
Yes, continue, Mr. van Bergen. You are muted.
I'm sorry, my lady, I don't know how that happened. I'm referring you to paragraph 7, the second last line. The sentence starts in the middle of the line and reads, "We had a good working relationship with Life Esidimeni and could not expect Life Esidimeni to be able to reduce at the rate as per the GDOH's requirements." And what I'm getting at is your statement that you had a good working relationship with Life Esidimeni. From that, was it your impression and your belief that Life Esidimeni was caring and concerned about the mental health care users in their care?
Yes, my lady.
And was that at all times that you had interaction with Life Esidimeni or any of its employees?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Now, you would be aware from your interaction, Dr. Lenkwani, and I'd like you to confirm that the patients that were referred, or the mental health care users that were referred to Life Esidimeni facilities, were transferred as referrals from Gauteng Department of Health institutions, such as Sterkfontein Hospital, Westkoppies Hospital, and Tara Hospital. Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
And they were only admitted to Life Esidimeni if they were stable, chronic, non-aggressive patients. Would you agree?
I agree, my lady.
Are you aware, Dr. Lenkwani, and this evidence was not contested when it was previously given by both Dr. Mkhatshwa and Ms. Buthelezi, that approximately 60% of the mental health care users at Life Esidimeni were considered non-dischargeable because of their low level of functioning, their inability to take care of themselves, and their need for a structured environment. Were you aware of that, or would you agree with that?
I agree with that, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, perhaps just as an aside, when the mental health care users, or let me first ask you the question, were you ever involved in the transfer of mental health care users from either Sterkfontein, Westkoppies, or Tara hospitals to Life Esidimeni facilities?
Yes, my lady. When I was working at Sterkfontein.
Thank you, Doctor. And you would agree, as Dr. or Ms. Buthelezi testified, that when a patient is so transferred, the entire patient file is not sent with the patient, but a discharge report is sent with the patient. Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
Yes, and that relates to the provisions in the National Health Act, Section 13 and Section 10, as well as Section 16 of the Mental Health Care Act, which only require discharge reports to be provided. You would agree?
I agree, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, just to return now to mental health care users as a category of patients, would you agree that in a general sense, they are vulnerable by virtue of their mental status, some because of frailty, physical frailty, some because of frailty due to age, and others also due to comorbidities?
I agree, my lady.
Would you also agree that the psychological effect on a mental health care user who is moved from what he or she, and especially in the case of Life Esidimeni, has considered as their home for many years, is an important factor in the causation of distress in such users?
I agree, my lady.
And for this reason, specifically when the move is in relation to an NGO or to the user's family, there is a specific process to be followed. Do you agree?
I agree, my lady.
And that process, without going into detail, involves a series of increasingly lengthy leaves of absence for a particular user to a particular NGO or family in order to acclimatize both the user and the facility to each other.
I agree, my lady.
Continue.
Doctor, would you, and I'd like to hear your opinion, is that a process that is a difficult one because of the possibility of failure to match the user to either an NGO or family, or the user regressing after having been transferred?
Just a second, let me get that question again.
My lady, the proposition that I'm putting to Dr. Lenkwani,
Yes, you wanted her opinion, yes?
Is that the process of matching a user to, let's take an NGO, can be
want to know if it is a difficult process.
A difficult process, specifically because of, in some instances, an inability of the user to adapt to the new circumstances and regressing.
Okay.
Do you follow, Doctor?
I agree to that, my lady.
And would you agree that one of the reasons for that inability to adapt and a consequent regression of a user's condition is that mental health care users form very strong attachments with their caregivers, especially those who were in long-term care as at Life Esidimeni?
I fully agree, my lady.
And I'm informed, Dr. Lenkwani, and I'd like your comment on it, that most mental health care professionals who have had experience with such patients will have noted that they misbehave, they become passive aggressive, specifically also with regard to a refusal to eat or to wash, or they throw tantrums in the absence of familiar staff who was the closest family that they had.
I fully agree, my lady.
And in short, such mental health care users do not cope well with a change of staff and a change of environment.
I agree, my lady.
I think it was already implicit from an answer you gave to a previous question, but would you agree that the caregivers at Life Esidimeni were attachment figures to the mental health care users who were in their care?
I fully agree, my lady.
And that separation from attachment figures can often cause separation anxiety and distress.
I fully agree, my lady.
And the significance of that is that vulnerable patients are dependent on their caregivers for all their needs and their security, which is now suddenly taken away Would you agree?
Fully agree, my lady.
I'm also informed that mental health care users in such a situation are very often not able to express their needs well, especially when they are now in a new, strange environment.
I fully agree, my lady.
And that it would not be unusual to find that such mental health care users who have been taken away from their familiar environment and attachment figures may be expected to look unhappy, fearful, to be uncooperative, and even present with illness brought on by the stress of the experience.
I fully agree, my lady.
Dr. Lenkwani, as a person with a higher qualification in psychiatric nursing, a PhD, I'm sure you would also have come across medical authority, that mental health care users have a higher mortality rate and morbidity rate than the general population. Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
And that statistically they have markedly shorter life expectancies than the general population.
I agree, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, we've already identified that when a mental health care user is transferred to an NGO or other facility, it is very important to ensure that the user's condition, both mental and physical, match the expertise and skill levels of the receiving facility. You would agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
You cannot just transfer a mental health care user to any facility. One must ensure that the facility can meet the user's needs, not so.
I agree, my lady.
Doctor, we've dealt with the problems that can ensue when a single mental health care user is sought to be transferred to an NGO. We've dealt with the inability to adapt and the regression. What would you expect would happen where a large group of mental health care users are transferred?
I would expect chaos and confusion.
Thank you, Doctor. And would you also expect a higher incidence of a failure to adapt to the new surroundings and consequent regression in not only their mental status, but also their physical status?
I would expect that, my lady.
Now, taking into account the importance of matching a mental health care user with the receiving facility, you would agree that it would be important for the transferring facility to be aware of and have knowledge of the receiving facility's skills set and personnel. In short, the admission criteria of that facility.
I agree, my lady.
Dr. Lenkwani, I'm not sure whether you can answer this, but I'm going to ask you, are you aware that Life Esidimeni requested the identity of the NGOs to which the users in its care was to be transferred, together with the admission criteria from the Gauteng Department of Health? Are you aware of such a request or numerous requests?
Yes, my lady.
And you will also be aware that that information was refused.
I'm not aware if that information was refused.
Well, are you aware that that information was not provided to Life Esidimeni?
What I know is to say the NGOs that can accommodate patients. We were given the list of those NGOs. The only thing is, Life Esidimeni did not know those new NGOs that we were transferring the patients during their termination, during the marathon. But they used to have NGOs that they were dealing with previously, like Saint Michel. They knew about them. Yes. The only difference is the new ones that they didn't know.
Yes, you are quite correct, Dr. Lenkwani, and you actually answered a question that I was going to ask. Life Esidimeni did have experience with established NGOs where the normal process was followed when users were transferred, the increasingly lengthy leaves of absence and so forth. So they had knowledge and experience of them, as you have indicated, but they did not know any of the new NGOs. And you confirmed that. Thank you. Now, you will agree, Dr. Lenkwani, that the mental health care users that were held at the Life Esidimeni facilities were Gauteng Department of Health patients who were placed.
I agree.
Sorry, I interrupted you. You agree with that?
Yes, my lady.
The termination project and the transfer of the users from Life Esidimeni facilities to the unknown NGOs, unknown to Life Esidimeni NGOs, was also a Gauteng Department of Health project, not a Life Esidimeni project. You would agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
And in this matter, the Gauteng Department of Health had knowledge of the identity and admission criteria of the NGOs it intended sending users to, whereas Life Esidimeni did not have that knowledge.
Come again, Council.
The Gauteng Department of Health had knowledge of the facilities, the identity, as well as the admission criteria of the new NGOs, but Life Esidimeni did not. You've actually already said that. I'm just putting the question differently.
Where I don't agree is the criteria, because we told them that this specific NGO, that they want the intellectually disabled. That is the criteria that we gave them. Hence, I said with the new ones because they don't know them. That is where the problem was.
Yes, and that information was conveyed to Life Esidimeni when the transfer process actually started. Is that correct?
I agree,
Yes.
my lady.
So that was not advance information which had been provided to Life Esidimeni.
I agree, my lady, because maybe they could have gone and see the NGO before placement.
Yes, which is what they wanted to do. I don't know if you're aware of that. Dr. Lenkwani, were you aware that Life Esidimeni actually wanted to visit them?
I heard from the proceedings when Dr. Mukachwa was cross-examined.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that at the time of the transfer process itself. It's something that you became aware of subsequently.
I agree, my lady.
Right.
Yes, continue.
Now, given what you have already agreed with Dr. Lenkwani, would you further agree that the Gauteng Department of Health therefore had the obligation to take the lead in the termination project and set a realistic timetable? Would you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
Also to take the lead in deciding on which mental health care users were to be sent to which facility, because they knew the facilities, whereas Life Esidimeni did not.
I agree, my lady.
Yes.
And also decide on the actual date of transfer.
I agree, my lady.
Now, that process would normally be set out in what is called a decanting plan. Is that not so?
I agree, my lady.
And that decanting plan would have had to be prepared by the Gauteng Department of Health.
I agree, my lady.
The decanting plan that was provided to Life Esidimeni was provided on 27 April 2016. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware about the date that was submitted to Life Esidimeni, but I know that the decanting plan was given to Life Esidimeni.
Yes. Doctor, may I refer you to exhibit or annexure STL5. It's on page 36405 of your affidavit I3.
Page
36405.
360.
No, 36405.
Sorry.
Are you at the page, Doctor?
I missed that one, my counsel.
36405. Do you have it, Doctor?
I'm still trying, my lady.
Did you get the correct number? 36405. Ms. Mboni, can you assist, please?
Yes, Yes, I'm in that page 36405.
That's right.
The annexure is?
It's
No,
S.
no, just a second.
I apologize, my lady.
Yes, STL5.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes.
Lady, I'm just trying to find the corresponding reference in the affidavit itself. And you don't have to go there, Dr. Lenkwani. I'll just read to you. This is in paragraph 9 on page 36313 of your affidavit exhibit I3, where you say, we thus developed a placement and discharge plan based on the information supplied by the LE staff. Refer to Annexure STL5 for a copy of the discharge and placement plan. And that is the document, STL5. Do you agree?
I agree, my lady.
And you will see that it was signed by Dr. Manamela on 26 April 2016.
Yes, my lady.
So you would accept that Life Esidimeni would not have received it prior to that date, and the evidence which was not contested is that it was received on 27 April 2016. Do you accept that?
Just a second, my lady, just a second. If my senior can educate us with the relevance of the decanting plan of 2016 before the termination to the issue of causation we discussed dealing with.
Thank you, my lady. I'll gladly do so. It forms the foundation of how the discharge process was conducted and the transfer process was conducted. It sets out the total number of patients as on, looks like 26 April. My copy is unfortunately very poor. And then it gives weeks. For the first one, 2 to 6 May 2016, week 1. And it says that 120 patients had to be discharged from Waverley and adults at Boneng, 58 from Rand West, etc. My lady, so this forms an integral part of the actual transfer process.
It goes, if you read, it goes further to talk about week 8 visit to all NGOs that received mental health care users. And then week 9 continuation and feedback to families and stakeholders.
As your pleases. This is the plan.
You may proceed. Okay. No, I was just trying to read this because he said his copy is not that legible. Okay, continue.
Thank you, lady. I don't know if that satisfies Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Sabara, can we hear you?
Thank you, my lady. From the beginning of this inquest, we advised that this court is to determine causation. And the number of patients on the document that this one should be transferred on specific date. How does then assist this court in determining causation, which is in this inquest? It's a legal question, if my senior can assist.
But okay, let me leave him. Mr. Van Bergen?
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes.
Or do you wish me to comment on Mr. Sabara's further input?
Just comment, let's hear.
Thank you. My lady, what I was going to put to Dr. Lenkwane is if one looks at STL5.
Yes.
The process starts on the 2nd of May, the transferring process, and it concludes 17 June.
Yes.
Which is 7 weeks. And I want to bring that back in correlation with how that would have been done and the impact on the users.
You you want to say something before I close this, Mr. Sibara?
My lady, the premise which my learned colleague took off was to say that Life Esidimeni received the decanting plan on the 27th of April 2016.
Yes.
And the receiving of the decanting plan and the decanting plan and the causation which this court has to determine, how does this assist this court? And what is the relevance of this?
I don't know. Mr. Late, before I close this, I see Mr. Late there.
Please, I don't want to unnecessarily interrupt at this stage, but we all have the post-mortem reports where people have died, where we know what the cause of death was, or whether it was unnatural circumstances or whatever. I cannot see how a decanting plan can bring this court any closer to making a finding as to the causation of a specific deceased. If anybody can, for instance, I would gladly accept versions like that, like to say that X, Y, and Z died because the decanting plan was not sufficient, or that the whole running of the decanting plan was too fast. We still have the problem, and that is why we have been sitting for days on end. We still had a problem, but nobody can show us that where their client is concerned, he cannot be held responsible for this and this and this and this and this death, and so can be held responsible for that and that and that and that death. I indicated in my submission on Friday what the reason for specific witnesses was. The calling of specific witnesses are regarding their explanation of a specific deceased and what the circumstances surrounding that specific deceased death was. And these kind of general submissions or summations will not bring this court closer.
Can I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I said in my introduction I was going to bring the general status and general health category of mental health care users in relation to certain allegations that have been made against Life Esidimeni. This witness has already indicated that a transfer process such as occurred during the marathon specifically is detrimental to the health of mental health care users, not only mental, but also physical. They can present with physical illnesses purely as a result of the distress and the stress that they are undergoing. What I want to put to this witness, my lady, because I can't ignore the allegations that have been made about users who arrived at NGOs who were sick, dirty, unkept, and so forth. I can't ignore that.
I've noted you, Mr. Sibara. I've noted also Mr. Late. I can see he was first before you. Yes, and continue, Mr.
I have to address the background and bring in relation to those allegations how the actual process itself could have caused what they perceived to be the appearance that they saw.
Okay. Mr. Late first and then Mr. Sibara, or can I start with Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. I understand my learned colleague and my senior started with the general layout, which in my view, once again, it does not even assist this court on the general analysis of appearances of mental health care users going to new environment, fresh environment, new stuff, without specification dealing with a specific case. Because this witness was meant to concede to general statements and general suppositions of whether a new a mental health co-user taken to a new environment will not adjust. That's a general statement. How does that general statement fits in on the causal link, causation, which is now we are dealing with legal causation? If we can just allow us going through on general statements without coming to the relevance and specific case, which this case court is dealing with, we need to know the relevance thereof, my lady. Thank you.
Mr. Late.
As the court please, my lady, I fully agree with Mr. Sibara in this regard. This proceedings is not meant to be clearing the allegations that are made against Life Esidimeni. This proceedings is to make the findings in terms of Section 60 of the Inquest Act. The allegations against Life Esidimeni can never be causally linked with any of the deaths. None of the people died because they were dirty. None of the people died because of cold. None of the people died because they didn't have, wasn't properly identified. There's no allegations like that because the whole case docket is at is in possession of everybody, and they know what the allegations or what the circumstances of each and every death is. Life Esidimeni had its situation, or the Life Esidimeni situation had been canvassed in full in the arbitration. It's not necessary for them to clear their name of anything. And the allegations that Mr. van Bergen is concerned about doesn't in any way incriminate Life Esidimeni concerning the death of a specific person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I share the view that the allegations made against Life Esidimeni cannot found any causal relationship with the death of any particular user. But my lady, I cannot ignore the possibility that some of the other parties may seek to find a causal relationship on the basis of the alleged sick patients that were received by NGOs. That there may be an attempt to say that Life Esidimeni sent sick patients and there was nothing we could do about them, and hence they died. I have to address the possibility that one or more of the NGOs specifically may wish to implicate Life Esidimeni. And I have to lay a factual foundation for that. If your ladyship is satisfied that this is not an issue that is relevant, I'm happy to move on.
Yes, Mr. Sibara, I've heard you sufficiently. For now, that evidence, that line of cross-examination is not allowed. Should there be any implication, you will have to address it.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, I see it's 5 minutes past 1. I'm going to request that we take the lunch adjournment now and then come back at 2 o'clock, and then we start from there. The witnesses want.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court please, my lady.
Where is Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I'm here.
Mr. Pinar and is that I don't know which Dorothy is this. We are continuing. I think that issue has been resolved. We can continue.
Lady, may I be permitted to submit a response to the dispute that, or not really maybe a dispute, but rather the issue that was raised before the luncheon break regarding the relevancy of Mr. van Bergen's cross-examination.
But you're late, Mr. I think I've already ruled on that, and I said, in case that implication, because as far as I can recall, there was evidence that in relation to the NGOs, he will deal with that when those NGOs will be testifying. I said for now, I don't see the relevance, but should those issues, those allegations be continued, because those were just statements that were put to other witnesses. So I don't see any need unless, I don't know, let's not prolong the proceedings.
Lady, I do not intend to do that, but I'm thinking I wanted to, maybe with hindsight, but make a submission in this regard, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Mr.
Just before you continue, there is a Dorothy. I don't know who the person is. Can you please remove yourself from this? I don't know which Dorothy is this. I don't know. Maybe somebody is using somebody's. I don't know why does it appear like this, because the person didn't even raise a hand. Yes, let me hear you, Mr.
May it please the court,
but I'm going to request you, if an issue is raised, before I give a ruling, if you want to say something, say it, because now there is a ruling. So I don't want you want me to revisit that. Continue.
Okay. As the court pleases, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship, and the point of criticism is noted, and I will endeavour to act accordingly. My lady, with all respect to Mr. van Bergen, he did indicate prior to commencing of his cross-examination, the areas of his cross-examination.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
And the objections that have been raised by my learned friends, Mr. Sibara, as well as Mr. Late, I would submit, should have been raised at that stage to say it's not going to be of any assistance to this honourable court in its final conclusion. But what has been lost sight of, I believe, my lady, is that Mr. van Bergen may have a specific goal in mind by traversing the evidence. That's why he gave an indication he's going to do that. But it would be unfair to expect of counsel, when he's given an indication, to say why specifically, because that may defeat the object of his cross-examination, and that he has in mind, which may only become clear, my lady, with all due respect, at the end of the proceedings or when argument is presented to court. Because it's not only causation and culpability of, and I'm using this hypothetically, Mr. X, Y, or Z. We have other issues that also come to the fore. There may be accomplices, for example. There may be accessories before, after the fact, which are not taking cognizance of at this stage, my lady. But I'm not trying to overrule your ladyship.
I hear you. I hear you. That is the reason I don't know. I might have, maybe the ruling could have distracted him, but I indicated that once, because he's talking about the implicability, unless if that issue relates specifically to this witness, because he indicated that insofar as that information that will come from the NGOs, he doesn't want to leave it open where you find that those NGOs implicate Life Esidimeni. And this relates to the status of the patients, because this witness, obviously, when the patients were from Life Esidimeni, I think they were in Waverley.
Yes, my lady.
So
many
this
of them,
witness,
yes.
yes.
She's at Waverley. Yes.
Yes. So this witness, perhaps maybe, where is Mr. van Bergen?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no more to add. I just felt
Thank you.
it's expedient to place this in the court's midst, my lady.
Yes, I don't want us to mess this record, because some of these objections, one needs to be careful, because this witness if I may verify, this is the witness who was together with the Life Esidimeni people at Waverley. And your question related to the condition of the patients that left Waverley to the NGOs, Mr. van Bergen?
Yes, my lady, the question...
No, it was in relation to the decanting plan. And then you were indicating that it related to the transfers from Waverley to
various NGOs.
To the various NGOs, and then this pertained to the condition of the patients prior to them leaving Life Esidimeni, prior to them leaving Waverley to the NGOs.
My lady, it went further than that. It started with the discussion in broad terms of mental health care users.
No, that I accept. Yes. I remember that.
And my lady, I was bringing it to a conclusion in relation to the allegations that have been made.
Perhaps I should, I'm going to allow this so that I can hear what was the crux of this, because I don't want to leave crucial information that might assist at the end, because we've got different people here.
As your ladyship please.
Yes, I'm going to allow that, and then
I'll just a second, madam, just a second, before my senior could proceed. Is the court then...
Wait, Mr. Sibara. Wait, Mr. Sibara. What are you saying, Mr. Sibara?
Is the court then withdrawing the ruling before lunch?
Yes, I want to revisit. I want to revisit this point, because in my mind now I realize this lady, Dr. Linkwana was among the people who were at Waverley when the patients left Waverley. And now, if you look at the background of how the witness came, the cross-examination came, I want to hear at this point, and then I will decide at the end if I allow this. I just want to get it. Yes, I'm revisiting the ruling.
And Maredi, the question for my senior, it was not how the patients left Waverley. And this is very fresh and new now.
No. You don't understand me. Maybe I don't want this altercation between myself and you, Mr. Sibara. I need to understand these proceedings. When I said, when I left this thing, when I made that ruling, I was thinking, because the questions that I asked Mr. van Bergen, in order to explain further, you raised a number of objections. So I kept on giving him the chance to explain, and you were saying he should explain the relevance. Remember, he explained himself prior to starting with his cross-examination as to which line of cross-examination is he going to take. Then I allowed that. And in the process, as he was busy, there came the issue of the decanting plan. That's when you raised this objection. And the decanting plan, immediately raised the objection. He answered, he went back to it and specifically explained that related to the issue of the transfers, right? From there was another objection, but then as I was still listening, I wanted to hear the issue that we're raising. Then he explained to say that, because I further asked him as to how does that, where is he going with regard to that question. That's when he explained in relation to the fact that he doesn't want to leave evidence where life Esidimeni has been implicated. And as far as I remember, there were some allegations that were made. There were issues, statements that were made to the previous witnesses, right? If I may, didn't we agree that when we deal with the objections, we'll have to ask the witnesses maybe to be aside? I don't know.
My lady, I don't think it's necessary.
Yes, but didn't we agree? I'm just asking because, okay. Yes. So there was that issue.
That she's present.
Come again? You don't have
Objection that she's present.
Okay, all right. So that was when he explained the issue of implication by any person who could, where any person could implicate life Esidimeni. And my ruling was that for now, right? For now, that issue, I don't want him to follow that line of cross-examination. And then I said, but insofar as that evidence can come, but now, realizing after Mr. Pinar has alerted the court, now I realize that this is the witness who was present when people were moved from Waverley, which is a facility of life Esidimeni, yes, right? And there were statements that came from the NGO which related to the condition of the patients, right? Who were received from life Esidimeni institutions by them, right? So that's why I'm saying, perhaps just give me a chance. Let me allow this line of questioning because it might assist. There might be a point that is left in vacuum because of this.
Oh, okay, madam.
Yes, you understand. So let's leave him. Let's hear how far he goes.
Fine, madam. It's fine.
Yes, and the other thing, I understand at the beginning when your colleagues explain or outline their the purpose of their cross-examination, right? Remember, after outlining, I don't know the extent in which they can go to the extent in which they will go. So it's very important to look at that also because once you come with objections, don't look only at that particular moment. You should also think of where this person comes from, the background that he has created in relation to his line of cross-examination, right?
As a please, the court,
I have revisited that ruling and I'm going to allow this question on the basis of what came up now. Thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. I won't be long on the issue.
Okay, that's fine. In fact, you have already gone so long, far long enough to have left it there. Continue.
As your ladyship pleases. Dr. Linkwane, you will recall I referred you to the decanting plan signed by Dr. Manamela, which gave 7 weeks within which the transfer process had to be completed. You remember that?
I remember that, my lady.
Yes. We have already determined from you that the change in staff, the change in environment, the change in the home of a mental health care user can be very detrimental and can even let them present with illness. You remember you said that was correct.
Correct, my lady.
Yes. Now, the question I'm going to put to you, would you agree that if over 1,400 mental health care users are transferred within a
come again? I didn't pick that. I think
if over, I
don't know whether you are breaking or what is happening.
My lady, the question is,
yes,
over 1,400 mental health care users are transferred in a very truncated time period of 7 weeks. One can expect the ill effects of transfer on mental health care users to be exacerbated. Would you agree? It will be worse.
I agree, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. That disposes of that point. I didn't want to take it any further than that. I want to step over to a new issue, Dr. Lenkwani, and that is the assessment of the mental health care users at the various Life Esidimeni facilities, and more particularly at Waverley, where you were involved. Would you agree?
Yes, my lady.
Would you agree that the purpose of the assessments that were conducted was to determine the psychiatric and physical status of users in order to determine whether to discharge them to a hospital or to an NGO or to their home?
I agree, my lady.
And insofar as transfer would be to an NGO, that assessment would also impact on which NGO such a user would be sent to.
I agree, my lady.
And just to explain, to the extent that it may not be clear on the record, that would be because the user must be matched to the facility, as you've already conceded should be done.
I agree, my lady.
Now,
Yes.
as regards the determination of whether to transfer to a hospital, NGO, or to a patient's home or a user's home, reliance was placed on the guidance provided by a spreadsheet which the Department of Health sent to you and Mrs. Sinello. You recall?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. You and Mrs. Sinello referred to it as a spreadsheet prepared by Dr. Gail Ure. Do you know which one I'm referring to?
Yes, my lady.
Now, it's not really of importance, but just for the sake of accuracy, Dr. Ure did not complete or prepare that spreadsheet. She responded to an invitation, or Life Esidimeni responded to an invitation from the Department of Health to provide information regarding mental health care users to enable the department to plan for the transfer. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, my lady.
And on the basis of the information that was provided, the spreadsheet was prepared, which you and Mrs. Sinello used as a guideline. Do you agree with that?
I agree, my lady.
Now, if I may ask you, Dr. Lenkwane, to turn to page, if your lady will bear with me, 37285.
Thank you, Ms. Mboni.
Will you just tell me when you have reached that page, Dr. Lenkwane?
Yes, my lady.
Now you'll see it says placeholder page, and then in purple it says click hyperlink to download document here. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Will you please click on that hyperlink?
Yes, my lady.
And you will see it opens up a spreadsheet. Do you see that? Do you have it?
Yes, my lady.
In the upper left-hand corner, it says facility name, Waverley Care Centre. And then it has the name of the mental health care unit, both with first names and surname, the address, the district, contact telephone numbers, duration of stay. Do you see that?
Yes, my lady.
And just as a matter of interest, you'll see that a large number of the mental health care users at Waverley had been at the facility for in excess of 10 years, some of them even more than 20 years.
I can see that, my lady.
So they would have been very vulnerable as far as changes to their environment and caregivers were concerned, not so?
I agree, my lady.
Then if we look further down, we see there's an ID number, date of birth, the age of the mental health care user, the nature of contact with the family, and it's graded poor or none or good. And then we get to physical and functional disability. That would have guided you in taking a decision as to where that user had to go, not so?
I agree, my lady.
And with then diagnosis, and it differentiates between comorbid medical illness, the primary psychiatric diagnosis, and other psychiatric diagnosis, including intellectual disability and substance abuse. Do you see?
I agree, my lady.
And
I see.
Those would also have been important in determining where the user was to go. Do you agree?
I agree.
We get to psychotropic medication. That is the medication they were on for their mental condition, whether it is a forensic patient or had previously been a forensic patient. We have the level of functioning, and that differentiates between fully dependent users, dependent on professional staff, dependent on caregivers, and independent. All of those would be relevant as far as the decision would go as to where to send them.
I agree, my lady.
Right. Then we get to assessment by treating MDT. And I'm going to inform you at the outset, Dr. Lenkwane, that when you look at this, practically each and every of these users is marked to go to an NGO, except some of them are also marked to go home. If you scroll down, you'll see that.
Yes,
Do you agree?
my lady.
Now,
I agree, yes.
Ms. Zanele Butalezi's evidence was that this information had not been completed or provided by Life Esidimeni. Do you accept that?
Come again, Council.
Yes.
I missed that one.
Let me make it clearer to you. This indication that practically all of the users had to go to an NGO, except for some that are also marked to go to their home. Zanele Buthelezi says did not come from Life Esidimeni. Do you accept that?
I wouldn't know that.
Yes. Yes, because you got this from the Gauteng Department of Health and you wouldn't know who completed that. Do you agree?
I agree, but we were told that it's from Life Esidimeni. It's been sent by Dr. Gale. Dr. Manamela gave us that guideline.
Yes. Well, the guideline did come from the information. Some of the information did come from Life Esidimeni, but they did not complete the blocks or the parts that relate to assessment by treating MDE and whether the discharge was to be home, to an NGO, or to an inpatient facility. And you say you can't comment on that?
Yes, my lady.
And it is actually logical that Life Esidimeni would not have completed that, Dr. Lenkwani, because we've already determined, and you'd agreed, that they would not be able to determine, without knowledge of knowledge of the new NGOs, whether a patient or a user would be fit to go to an NGO or not. You've already conceded so much, not so?
Specific to this, I wouldn't answer that one.
Okay, so you would prefer to say that you can't comment on where this information comes from?
Yes, my lady.
Right.
Thank you.
Now, if we can turn to page 36313, that is Exhibit I3.
Page
36313, my lady.
Yes.
Do you have the page, Dr. Lenkwani?
Yes, my lady.
On that page, in paragraph 9, you say the mental health department had to put a plan in place to determine what will happen in respect of moving the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni to other facilities. There were teams established to assist with the assessments of mental health care users at Life Esidimeni after the Gauteng Department of Health psychiatric clinicians objected to be sent to Life Esidimeni facilities for the purpose of evaluating Life Esidimeni mental health care users. On 11 April 2016, Mrs. Nseba Zanello, a deputy director at the Mental Health Department, and I were delegated by Dr. Manamela to the Waverley LE facility to assist in fast-tracking the placement of mental health care users into NGOs and hospitals. Now, if I can stand still there for a moment, Dr. Lenkwani, you will no doubt remember that the Department of Health had also appointed a Dr. Ghani to assist with the assessments at Waverley. Do you remember that?
I remember that, my lady.
So he would have formed part of the team to assist with the assessments of mental health care users. She would have. I think it was a female doctor, not so. Or was it a male doctor?
A male doctor,
Was it?
my lady.
Thank you. I'm confusing it with Dr. Wadwala. You say further, and this is in line 8, starting with the word Manamela. Dr. Manamela indicated that Life Esidimeni staff was sabotaging the placement process as they were not intending to discharge the mental health care users as expected. Now, if I can just stand still there, both Dr. Mkachwa, the former CEO of Life Esidimeni, and Ms. Buthelezi denied that there was any sabotage. And you say further, hence, we were expected to be actively involved in the assessment and placement of the Life Esidimeni mental health care users at the Waverley facility. That was a direct instruction from Dr. Manamela. You must be actively involved in the assessment and placement. You would agree with that?
I agree to that.
Then if you look further down, the 3 lines further down, starting with June 2016, do you see that? You say Dr. Gail Ure, employed by Life Esidimeni, provided us with a database. I've already dealt with Dr. Gail Ure's non-involvement, indicating the number of mental health care users, medication, mental health care user profiles, and level of functionality of each mental health care users. You agree that is what was provided by Life Esidimeni?
I agree.
Yes. It does not include a suggestion of where any particular user had to be sent to. You would agree?
I agree, my lady.
Yes. And then you say and confirm, as you already have, the list was used as a guide to indicate whether a mental health care user could be transferred to a NGO or to a hospital, or if the mental health care user could be discharged home to their families. We were working with a guide from Life Esidimeni. We also had to apply our own nursing experience and expertise in the assessment of the mental health care users for placement. What I get from that, and if you could confirm that I'm correct, Dr. Lenkwani, is that it wasn't just a superficial assessment performed by you and Dr. Sanelo. It was one in which you exercised your clinical expertise and knowledge and skill. Not so?
My lady, can I explain?
Yes, certainly, go ahead.
Regarding this assessment.
Yes, continue.
There were 3 types of assessments that were done. The assessments that we did, it was before we were placing the patients. The other one, it was done by the MDT of Life Esidimeni. The other assessment is the one that is being done by Dr. Ghani.
Okay.
So, can I continue?
Yes.
Yes.
The ones that Mr. van der Berg, council is asking about.
Mr. van Bergen, yes.
Together with a Life Esidimeni staff. We had to do these assessments that they were telling us that this patient are intellectually disabled from this ward, and then we fitted them, profiled them to go to Cullinan.
Who was telling you that?
It was the it was the nursing assessment that we did, because we had to know where this patient can be placed. As a nurse, I'm doing the assessment to be able to plan. It was not the assessment that doctor is doing physically.
Who was telling you that? You said they were telling us that this is this kind of a patient.
Staff of Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
Zanele Botelis. She's the one who was guiding us.
Okay.
To say this patient is Sophie, she's like this, she's like this.
In other words, she was updating you on the, she was giving you the details regarding the condition of that particular patient.
Orientating us about these patients.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Lenkwani. That accords with what what Ms. Buthelezi said. is that the assessment as regards placement was conducted by you and Ms. Sanello, and that they assisted in providing relevant information that would enable you, together with your own clinical knowledge and knowledge as psychiatric nurses, to determine where the best place was to put any particular user. Is that a fair description?
I agree to that one,
And
my lady.
If one looks further in your affidavit, paragraph 9, where I left off, you said, we were also assisted by Life Esidimeni staff who knew the mental health care users for years. This enabled us to determine that some mental health care users who were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals. So you were able to determine if a mental health care user was perhaps ill or otherwise unfit to go to an NGO, and you made the necessary changes.
Come again, Council. I missed that one.
I'll rephrase it, Dr. Lenkwane. What this input from the Life Esidimeni staff enabled you and Mrs. Sanello to do was to ensure that whereas there may have been an indication that a particular user should go to an NGO, the additional information might have indicated that that would not be the correct place, but rather a hospital.
I agree, Council.
And you say further, this was due to their level of functionality, resistance to treatment, and continuity of chronic care. That's what you say in your affidavit. You agree?
I agree, my lady.
And you say, we thus developed a placement and discharge plan based on the information supplied by the LE staff.
I agree, my lady.
And then you refer to Exhibit or Annexure STL5, the so-called decantment plan, but that does not provide any indication as to where a user should go to, any particular user. Would you agree if you go to page 36405?
We can't see you, Mr. Van Bergen. I don't know, or maybe it's what you prefer to do now.
No, my lady, I can still see myself on the screen.
Yes, but I don't see you.
We can see my lady. We can still see my lady.
Can you see him?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, my lady, we see him together with the witness and yourself on the screen.
Mr.
Yes, my
Peter,
lady.
I can see you.
Everybody is visible, my lady.
I can't see him. I was just asking because from my side, I don't know what is the problem, but it's fine. He's audible. Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Are you at page 36405, Dr. Lenkwane?
I'm at 34606.
No, 36405.
Thank you, Ms. Mboweni.
I'm at page 36405.
Yes, that's the correct page.
Yes, that
Yes.
that is the. My apologies, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. That is the plan you say in your affidavit We thus developed a placement and discharge plan based on the information supplied by the Life Esidimeni staff. Refer to Annexure STL5 for a copy of the discharge and placement plan. But what I'm putting to you is this plan on page 36405 does not really contain a placement plan. It doesn't say where anyone is going. Would you agree with me, Doctor?
My lady, it's 3, 4. The plan is on page 36406.
But that is not what you say in your affidavit, Dr. Lenkwane. In your affidavit, you say the plan is STL5. But let's look at.
I have missed the numbers, but the plan is this one in this page.
So it's TSTL.
Maybe the numbering.
This is STL6.
As your ladyship pleases.
On page 36406.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Lenkwane, I must confess I don't understand what you're saying now, because this is clearly marked to be a progress report, not a placement plan.
My lady, it's a progress report, but it's a placement, a plan that I wrote before we could place the patients to the NGOs and the hospitals. Because it's not all the patients that are referring here. This was before we could place the patients.
Yes, but this does not cover the number of patients who were at Waverley, does it?
Hence, I'm saying it was before we could complete this one. It was a progress that I was giving, my lady.
This was a progress that you were giving before you completed the one on 36405.
The one which, let me check.
I don't know. Yes, I just explain that.
The one in page 36405, it was the decanting plan.
Yes.
The one in page 36406, it was when I went to Waverley to go and orientate ourselves with the patients that will be placed at the different NGOs and the hospital. It was not all the patients that are indicated here. Can I read it thoroughly?
Yes, please read it.
Yes, you can. Why is it referred to as a progress report?
Maybe it's progress. Let me say not maybe. Current bed occupancy. On this day that I went, it was on the 18th of April, where I went to orientate ourselves. It was a profiling process that we went to do on that day.
On the 18th of April.
On the 18th of, let me check my date here. Yes, on the 18th of April.
2016.
2016.
Yes, what you were going to do what?
I went there to go and profile the patients. It was before we started with transferring the patient to the specific NGOs. So all the patients that were in the 12 wards, this is what I found according to their diagnosis and where they can be placed.
Come again?
My lady, I'm saying this document.
Yes, you were profiling the patients before you started
Yes.
with the transfers. Yes.
Before we started with the transfer.
Mr. Van
Hence,
Berg?
I mentioned it. It's just that I wrote progress report, but this was before we started with transferring the patients.
So what do you call it? Because you say you wrote it progress report. It's not a progress report. What do you call it? For the benefit of us who want to follow this evidence. How would you describe it?
My lady, may I perhaps assist the witness in this regard? Doctor, can I refer you to paragraph 14?
Paragraph?
14 on page 36315.
Three six
315.
Thank you.
Paragraph
my
4
lady.
says, during the project, we kept on informing Dr. Manamela that the project was rushed, and she just informed us that, quote, we should implement it as it is a mandate which came from the MEC, and it is an unusual situation, and she does not have shares with Life Esidimeni, unquote. The Waverley Placement Progress Report is attached as per Annexure STL6. So here you describe it as the Waverley Placement Progress Report during the course of the project.
Dr. Lenkwan, can you clarify us here?
I'm still trying to read here, my lady.
Okay, you can read, that's fine.
Can you please give me time? Thank
Yes.
you. My lady, can I have that template that I was referring to before? If Mr. Advocate can
Is that
give me the page again?
Certainly. Is that STL6? 36406.
I'm trying to read what I've wrote there.
Certainly.
Can I read? Yes, please
no,
give me a chance.
Take your time.
All 12 words. Can I read this?
Yes, certainly.
Yes, you may read if you want to read.
All 12 wards visited with the internal, clinical, and allied staff to assess users for placement at either hospital, considering the level of functioning of each user, primary psychiatric diagnosis, and other medical, the area of where the user is from, family info, as well as the ID state. Families were listed with the remarks of all users complied. Families are willing to take user. This was done before, my lady.
Yes, as you have explained.
Yes.
Dr. Linkwani,
Maybe I might have missed the.
Let her finish,
Yes,
Mr. Van Bergen.
I said the SLT numbers, I might have mixed them, but this was referring to when before, when I visited all those 12 wards to go and profile.
I think my question still stands. How would you describe this document? Because according to what you are explaining, this was not a progress report, isn't it? Unless if I don't understand.
Yes.
Yes.
I would call this a document. It's discharge. It's a discharge plan.
A discharge plan. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Van der.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lenkwani, let's just get specific clarity. You say you went on the 18th of April 2016. You went to Waverley, and you did so specifically to perform profiling of patients before they were transferred to any NGO. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
yes.
In order to do that, you visited all 12 wards together with the internal, clinical, and allied staff to assess users for placement at either hospital or NGOs, considering the level of functioning of each user, primary psychiatric diagnosis, and other medical conditions. That's on a clinical basis. And then the area where the user is from, family involvement, and so forth. And then a detailed list with remarks of all users compiled. Families are willing to take users. Now, what that tells me, Dr. Lenkwani, is there was, in fact, a specific assessment by you on behalf of the Gauteng Department of Health on 18 April 2016 to assess users in order to determine where they should be placed. And that was an assessment that was conducted by you. Would you agree?
Come again, Council?
Doctor, what I said, the portion that I've read in the context of the purpose of your visit on 18 April 2016 means that you performed an assessment of users at the Waverley Centre to determine where they should be placed.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Doctor, perhaps we can cut to the chase and see if we can shorten proceedings. One thing that is very clear from the whole history of the termination project and the marathon project is that the Gauteng Department of Health wanted all Life Esidimeni users out of their facilities and transferred elsewhere by 17 June 2016. You would agree that's correct?
Yes, I'm listening.
But the ones that were at Waverley, we were told it will be on the 30th of May. The one at Randfontein, 30 of June.
Yes. Doctor, I'm sorry, I'll have to take you back to STL5 on page 36405.
Four 46405.
36405, my lady, that's annexure STL5.
That's where we were, yes.
Do you have it, Dr. Lenkwane?
I have it, my lady.
And you will see that week 7, from 13 to 17 June, was the last week within which mental health care users were going to be transferred. Do you see that?
According to this document?
Yes, but this is the decantment plan. This was the instruction that by 17 June, all Life Esidimeni mental health care users had to be out of Life Esidimeni facilities and either at a hospital or an NGO or home. That was the instruction, not so.
I agree, my lady.
And from the next week, week 8, the week of 18 to 24 June, there would have been visits to all NGOs that received mental health care users. You see that?
I see that, my lady.
Right, so we've determined all the users had to be out by 17 June. The only question was whether it was to a hospital, an NGO, or to the user's home. Do you agree?
I agree, my lady.
The final decision as to where a user would go, whether to a hospital or an NGO or to the user's home, was in the hands of the Department of Health, not Life Esidimeni. You would agree with that?
I agree with that, my lady.
Dr. Mrs. Sinello, in her evidence, testified that all the users from Waverley were discharged in a satisfactory condition. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, my lady.
And that was echoed by Ms. Buthelezi, who also confirmed that all the users had been discharged in a satisfactory condition. So the three of you were all satisfied that the users had gone to facilities which could accept them? Well, let me limit it to you and Mrs. Sinello, because Ms. Buthelezi didn't have knowledge of the facility.
I agree with that one.
Yes. And you based that decision, if I understand your affidavit correctly, on information that was provided by what you refer to as the identifying teams, and that is Ms. Jacobus and Mr. Frans Tubane. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And I may refer you to page 36313. 36313.
I'm there, my lady.
Paragraph 10. Does your ladyship have it?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you, my lady. You say the persons from the MHD that were responsible for identifying the available NGOs were Jacobus, Mrs. Jacobus, and Mr. Frans Tubane. They would identify a NGO and inform us as the placement team, that would be you and Mrs. Sinello, as to how many beds were available so that we could identify the relevant number of MHCUs to prepare for transfer to the identified NGO. I was not responsible for the identification of NGOs. Is that a correct reflection of what happened?
I agree, my lady.
So there was a direct correlation as regards where a mental health care user ended up between the initial assessment that was made by you on 18 April, the input received from the Life Esidimeni clinical people, and discussion with the identifying team as to which facility would be appropriate. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And in this whole process, the only input that Life Esidimeni gave was to assist you in determining whether placement of any particular patient should be at an NGO as planned, or whether there were indications that mandated placement in a hospital.
My lady, because they knew the patients more than us.
No, I accept that, Doctor, but that is what their input entailed. You would agree?
I agree, my lady.
Thank you.
Yes.
Doctor, in the discharge process, and I don't want to take it step by step, I don't think it is necessary to do so, but there's just one issue that has to be clarified. And in fact, it was clarified by your counsel, Ms. Lerato Maite, during cross-examination of Ms. Buthelezi. The evidence that both Dr. Mkachwa and Ms. Buthelezi gave was that their staff at the various facilities was under instruction to hand patients or users over from one clinician at Life Esidimeni to a Gauteng Department of Health clinician. And at Waverley, the clinician to whom they handed over the patients, the clinicians were you and Mrs. Sinello. Do you agree with that?
I agree, and also to add with clinicians from the districts.
Yes, there were instances that clinicians from the districts were present. For example, Mrs. Rochelle Gordon in her affidavit says that she was present one day, and she signed for receipt of the users. So you're quite correct there.
I agree, yes.
And then the clinicians, the Gauteng Department of Health, let me refer to them as officials, would then hand over to the NGOs when the NGOs arrived to collect the mental health care users. Do you agree?
Council, my lady, can I explain the procedure, how it went when we were doing the transfers?
Yes.
The handover. Life Esidimeni was handing over to Gauteng Department of Health clinician. But the way Dr. Mokacha was explaining it, it was like Life Esidimeni was was handing over to us, and then us, handing over to the NGOs. Whereas it was Life Esidimeni with us here, and then giving the report to the NGOs. But where the clinicians were not there, like the day Rochelle was not around, it's where the Life Esidimeni was giving the report, but the NGO staff also being there. Am I clear there?
Doctor.
The way they were putting it, it was like, Sophie, here is the patient, and then me, I take and then say, Life NGO, here are the patients. They were handing over to us where we were together with the clinician, but the difference was when the clinician from a NGO like the Shama, they came with the a manager and the care workers.
Yeah, Dr. Lenkwani, I suspect.
I'm not sure if I understand myself, because
I suspect we may be talking.
Can I try again?
Can I perhaps
just allow counsel to help you there?
Doctor,
sorry?
And there's nothing sinister in this. We're just trying to determine what the facts were. The evidence of Dr. Mkachwa and Ms. Buthelezi was that the identified mental health care users would be brought down to a waiting hall in the morning. And there they would be handed over to the clinical staff of the Gauteng Department of Health, and a discharge report was signed, in terms of which the Department of Health officials accepted takeover of these patients or users. Do you agree with me so far?
I agree with you there.
Yes, just hold it there. There is a hand by Mr. Late then. Mr. Late.
I'm so sorry to intervene in my learned friend's cross-examination, but we are going around and around on facts that are already before this court. We know how the transfer took place. That's not going to assist this court in making a finding regarding the death of any of the deceased. None of the deceased that moved from Waverley died on the road to the NGO. None of them died within a day of arriving at the NGO. We are going around and around with everything that's already before court. And Mr. van Bergen has had this witness under cross-examination now for more than 2 hours. And we're still getting nowhere. We're still where we are. Really.
Okay, thank you. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I am getting at this disputes of fact that arose during previous evidence, and I'm trying to resolve those disputes of fact.
Can we avoid this repetition of evidence? Because now I know this issue was raised by the other. I think it's it was raised during Mrs. Nello's evidence.
Yes.
But I'm getting concerned that it appears now one is dealing with the disputes while I was looking for a question of causation. I thought because this patient was there when this witness was there when the transfers happened. But I'm worried because now it appears you are not moving.
Yes, my lady, the only issue that I wanted to determine was the dispute between Ms. Sanello and Ms. Buthelezi, where Ms. Sanello denied that they took over patients in their capacity as clinicians of the Gauteng Department of Health. Now, I know that this is not an issue that will probably bear on causality, but it was a dispute of fact that may go to credibility. And as such, I submit it was appropriate of me to address it.
And then how far are you with it? Because I don't see us getting anywhere, because if you spend a lot of time, can the witness just finish this and then we pass? Otherwise, well...
Yes, my apologies for interrupting, Your Ladyship. The witness introduced extraneous issues that I had not raised. So I am quite willing to leave it at this. The handover process is very clear. I agree with my learned friend, Mr. Lay.
Yes.
Life Esidimeni handed over to Gauteng Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Health handed over to NGOs.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Then from there, where are we going? Because I don't think this has been cleared. It has been there.
Yes, sorry, is there another issue on this point that Your Ladyship needs clarity?
No. I don't need any clarity on this one. That is why I'm saying, can't we pass this issue? Because I can hear that we have spent a lot of time on it, and I was just waiting to see where it takes us.
Yes, my lady, I'll proceed with the next issue that I wish to raise.
Okay, please.
Dr. Lenkwane, there are allegations that insufficient records had been provided in respect of users that were handed over. Now, we've already dealt with the fact that entire patient files are not transferred when a user is transferred. You've already agreed with that. Are you satisfied that all necessary available records were provided to NGOs upon transfer of users?
At the time that they were transferred, I was satisfied, my lady.
And can I perhaps ask you, Dr. Lenkwane, if an NGO were to receive a user and the user presented with a certain condition that was not covered by the documentation that accompanied the user, what would you have expected that NGO to do?
I would have expected that NGO to take the patient to the nearest clinic or nearest hospital.
Well, I would suggest, and I would like your comment, I would suggest that they could contact either the Gauteng Department of Health, you or Dr. or Ms. Sanello if the user came from Waverley, or contact Life Esidimeni directly to obtain more information. Not so? Would you agree?
I agree, my lady.
Lady, I'm just trying to find a particular note. if I may refer you to page 397.
Page 397.
97, my lady.
Thank you.
Do you have it, Doctor?
Yes, my lady.
You will see this is an affidavit of Mrs. Mokhodjwa. Do you know who she is?
I know her, my lady.
She and Dr. Dorothy Sekukuni were involved in running NGOs, is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Now, if I may refer you to paragraph 6 on page 398.
Yes, my lady, I'm there.
Yes.
And it says at Mosego Home, we were admitting all users who were discharged by doctors at Life Esidimeni according to the Mental Health Care Act. Now, this is prior to the termination project. So you will agree that Mrs. Mokhodjwa had experience of how transfers were effected prior to the termination project. Would you agree?
I agree, my lady.
Then if you look at paragraph 9 on the same page, she says the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni did not come with their comprehensive medical records. This is now during the termination project. They only came with documents known as discharge form, /MHCA form 3, and periodical form, /MHCA form 13. On the discharge form, /MHCA form 3, the doctor who discharged the mental health care user wrote, first bullet, a brief history of where the person is coming from since he or she became mentally ill. Second bullet, if he or she has any other condition. Third bullet, all the diagnoses and the treatment that the mental health care user is taking, but not a record of how the condition was managed, for example, CADEX or bed chart. And it goes on the next page. The other form is the periodical form filled by the hospital concerning mental and physical condition, functioning, bracket low or high functioning, close bracket, and family contacts. Do you confirm that that is the documentation that was sent with the mental health care users?
Do I confirm? I didn't get the question, my lady.
Yes, the documents that she refers to in paragraph 9, those are the documents, the records that were sent with the mental health care users on discharge. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Now, if you look at paragraph 11, the documents we received with mental health care users during the GDOH marathon project were the type of documents we received users with prior to the project. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
And I submit and I suggest to you, Dr. Lenkwani, and I would ask your comment on that. That indicates that those were the necessary documents and sufficient documents to have provided. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, my lady.
Thank you. And it would appear to me, and you can comment on that if you want to, or if you don't want to comment, you can indicate. that the problem at the NGOs was that none of them, or very few of them, had prior experience of dealing with mental health care users and what documentation accompanied them on transfer. Would you agree that that is a fair statement?
I agree, my lady.
So they were probably expecting more than was required by law or the practice prior to the marathon project.
Come again? I didn't pick that up.
I said they were probably expecting more than was required by law.
They were expecting more than was required.
More records.
I don't know you. I don't know. Is it from my side? I can't hear you properly. I don't know.
My lady, there's an interference.
From which side? From my side.
There's noise, my lady.
From which side?
I'm not sure where it comes from, my lady.
My lady, I don't know if your ladyship can see me. I tried to raise my hand, but I don't seem to be getting noticed.
I didn't notice. Thank you for letting me. But,
yes,
but before you say anything, I just wanted to check if I can hear Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, am I clear now?
Come again?
Am I clear now?
Yeah, but you didn't say much. Okay, yes. Let's
my
continue.
Lady, I'll restate the question and then Mr.
No, now I can hear you. It's fine. Let's hear Mr. I think Mr.
Pihlela.
Pihlela.
Thank you, my lady. I wanted to object to the last question that the esteemed senior counsel was putting to the witness, because
but now you can, because I didn't recognize you.
Yes, my lady. Yes, because that question is argumentative. And it's not informed by anything that was put forward before.
Mr. van Bergen, although I didn't notice him and he had already responded. Let me hear you.
My lady, this is not an important issue. I can argue the matter.
Okay.
So I'm quite happy to forego further examination. I think the point has already been made. So I'm happy to leave that. Dr. Linkwane.
My lady, I'm sorry to interpose. I had also raised my hand, my lady.
Yes.
What I want to say.
I said when I'm listening and I'm on case line, I cannot see anybody. Please alert me in advance. I hear that, so. But the fact of the matter is, I've noted that Mr. Pihlela had raised his hand while I haven't seen him. That is why now Mr. van Bergen says this is not a big issue. He will deal with it during argument. All right. So maybe I didn't also recognize you. Continue.
My issue with the line of questioning of my senior learned colleague, my lady, is he is the one who assisted the court to set the rules and to come at the directive that the court did. And he admits on record that the question that he had just asked is not important. Why is he wasting important court time and resources on issues that he himself knows that are not important? May he restrain himself to important and relevant issues, my lady, as it pleases the court.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. The issue that I was dealing with is important and is relevant. The last point that I raised would have underlined the issue. But I've already indicated I'm not willing to take it further. And for an objection of this nature to be raised is unnecessary. It's uncalled for, especially after I have already indicated that I'm not taking it further. It has just wasted more time.
Mr. Mahlepe, Miss Mahlepe.
It did not waste, the objection didn't waste any more time. It's just to alert my senior learned colleague that in future, he should refrain from asking unnecessary and questions that he knows are not important. Meanwhile, he is the one who is quick to raise an objection when others are cross-examining clients.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we proceed? I don't want us to be now going on emotions, but the point has been made. Mr. Van Bergen, please restrict yourself. Continue.
Yes. Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lenkwane, a similar allegation as regards the records was made in respect of medication. There were allegations by NGOs that patients had been received by the NGO with only 7 days medication. Can you indicate whether you agree with Ms. Sanello and Ms. Buthelezi that the necessary medication was in fact provided upon discharge of users?
I agree with them.
What do you agree to?
The medication was issued to the NGOs.
Yes, but what? Yes. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
I didn't get the response by the witness. You said the medication, yes, was given to the NGOs.
Yes, my lady.
According to you, was it sufficient medication? Because that is what you asked.
According to me, the medications that we were giving the NGOs was sufficient, but I was we were
Just
informed.
a second. I see there is a hand by Ms. Mahlapi there. Ms. Mahlapi?
It was a mistake. I apologize, my lady.
Thank you. Continue. Continue, ma'am.
The medications that were given, according to what we saw in the plastic, we were told the NGOs are getting 28, and then the hospitals are getting 7.
Okay.
So the medication was, yeah.
So you gave
supplied
them,
in that man.
you supplied them according to what you were supposed to do.
Yes, according to what they told us, that they are supplying 28 and 7. But in our Monday meeting, it was reported that Dr. Manamela must know that the medication that went to the NGOs, it was not enough. Then she had to intervene.
Okay.
That I had in the meeting. I knew that the medication that we supplied, it was 28 and 7 days. Then I heard about that in a meeting.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Lenkwane, this information has not been, to my recollection, raised previously. And my instructions are that it would not be correct. But if we were for the moment to accept that it is correct, you say that Dr. Manamela intervened. That would mean that the situation was then rectified.
Yes, my lady.
So if it were to be accepted, and it is not admitted, that some NGOs or an NGO received 7 days medication for a particular patient, that was then rectified and the correct amount of medication was then provided.
Yes, my lady.
I'm getting confused, Mr. Van Velken. What? Let me understand that.
My lady, what I put to the witness was on her evidence that at a Monday meeting, Dr. Manamela was informed that some facilities only received 7 days, some NGOs only received 7 days medication. Dr. Lenkwane said she intervened.
Yes.
I then put that what she meant was that the correct amount of medication was then provided as a result of Dr. Manamela's intervention.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a correct summary, Dr. Lenkwane?
Yes, my lady.
And I say that and I underline it is without admitting that that is correct as far as the shortage of medication is concerned.
Yes, continue.
Dr. Lenkwane, the last aspect that I wish to traverse is there were allegations by some NGOs that patients had arrived sick, dehydrated, malnourished, dirty, unkept. Now, that appears to me to fly in the face of your confirmation that the users had been discharged in a satisfactory condition. Can you comment on those allegations?
Yes, doctor.
Not to my knowledge.
When you say not to your knowledge, you are not aware of any patients.
I was not aware that patient, like I said, they left being in a satisfactory condition. I didn't observe that when they left, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I wish to refer the witness to a portion of Ms. Butelezi's evidence, but it seems because of Mr. Late's deletion of certain documents, the page numbers have now changed. So I must just quickly see if I can find the correct page, if your lady will bear with me.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I have found, I must just correlate it with the
previous page.
With the previous page, and I'll just make sure it is page . My lady, it is page 38846.
This is the new page, and what was the previous page?
My lady, the previous page was 38852.
Thank you.
Yes, my lady.
Doctor, are you at page 38846?
Yes, my lady.
I want you, this is a transcript of the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi, and she says at the bottom of the page, I ask a question. Now, if I may ask you, Ms. Buthelezi, and it goes over to the next page, do you agree or disagree that all patients who were placed were checked and assessed physically by both staff from NGOs? Sorry, that should have been GDOH and Waverley.
Where are we here? Let me see.
That's on the next page, my lady. 3.
You started from which line?
Sorry, I started the bottom of page
38846.
38846, my lady.
But where did you start?
I started the last line, my lady, the question that I ask.
All right.
So that's line 25.
Yes, continue.
And she says, I agree with them involved too. And I ask, when you refer to them, who do you refer to? And she says, Mrs. Sanillo and Dr. Lenkwane. And there you will see Dr. Lenkwane. She agrees that those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition. Do you agree with that? She says, yes, I do. Doctor, can you?
Mr. Van Bergen, I don't know where you're going with this because the witness has already said that.
Yes.
Why do we have to go to this? Is there any dispute here?
No, my lady, if I can just ask the question emanating from that.
Okay, please.
Doctor, can you think of any reason why patients who were satisfactory on discharge would be described in the manner that the NGOs did, or some of them? And if you prefer not to comment, you are welcome to say so.
I cannot comment because I didn't go with them to the NGOs. I remained at Life Esidimeni.
Yes. And you would also not know what happened during the journeys on the buses?
I wouldn't know.
And you have already stated that with the numbers involved and the nature of the users, it would have been chaos.
Yes, my lady.
Please don't put words in the witness' mouth. The witness is here to give evidence. Mr. Van Bergen, let the witness respond.
My lady, with respect.
I know it is there, but I can understand, but leave the witness to answer, please.
My lady, and
I know from the previous one, but it is, you have just asked this witness a question. You should have just left her to say, to respond the way she wanted to. Okay, continue.
Yes, my lady, with respect, I take note of your ladyship's indication, but in cross-examination, one may place words in a witness's mouth. With respect.
I've made my point, Mr. Van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases. My lady, if I may just check my notes, I believe I am at the end of my cross-examination. If your lady would bear with me.
Okay, you may do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one last question on that point. Dr. Lenkwane, did you personally or via the Monday morning meetings receive any mention about sick, dirty, unkept, malnourished patients that had been received at NGOs?
No, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. What is the time? I see it's a few minutes before 4 o'clock. If I can just ask, check with is it Miss Power? Will you have questions to this witness in cross-examination? I just want to know if you have them.
My lady, I do, but I believe it's Mr. Pinar who's next, Advocate Pinar.
Oh, did I? But no, I'm done with Mr. Pinar. He indicated that he didn't have any questions to the witness. I just want to find out, are you going to start now or you'll start tomorrow?
My lady, if I may be permitted to start tomorrow in the
Okay.
morning, yes.
Okay. On that note, I'm going to excuse the witness.
Thank you, my lady.
Just before then, you must just know that the oath that you have taken still continues, and then you are going to be here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Just to indicate that only this point that I'm raising now, is that a hand, Ms. Govender? Or maybe it's a mistake. Oh, okay, it's not your hand. I just want just to indicate that on Friday, when we discussed the proposals going forward, just before then, Nelly Siwe, are you there?
Afternoon, Judge. Yes, I'm still here.
Please look at your WhatsApp. I wanted to indicate that Mr. Sibara raised a proposal that we should start the proceedings at 9 and finish at 4:30. I didn't get your inputs, but I don't think it's something that can derail us. If we can just discuss it quickly, what do you say about it? Only that one, please.
I have no objection to starting early, my lady.
Who's that, Miss?
Sebuku, my lady.
Okay, thanks, Tiny. Mr. Pinar and Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, if I may venture to suggest that we keep to the routine we are busy with at the moment, my lady. I am quite sure we will be progressing much more speedily, especially now having regard to the practice directive that your lady forwarded. And I do believe many of us, or some of us rather, do not have the advantage of having juniors assisting us. And so the only time we have to make arrangements regarding other matters we are involved in, my lady, is prior to this honourable court commencing at 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest, request that we keep to the time schedule as present.
Okay, thank you.
Please, the court, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Watt Pringle can go before me. He's more senior than I am.
Mr. Watt Pringle.
Thank you, Ms. Van Bergen. My lady, the only point I want to make is that although I'm in favour of the matter progressing as fast as it is and as well as it can, that is a very punishing schedule for a witness under cross-examination. That needs to be borne in mind. That's the only point I want to make.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. If I may, both Mr. Pinar and Mr. Watt Pringle actually took the words out of my mouth, and I support both of them in what they said.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pinar, Mr. Late, is there anybody else after Mr. Late? Can I hear the other views if I can note you, please? Anybody who wants to make his or her input? Mr. Profi, I've noted you. Who's the other person after Mr. Profi? Mr. Pichela? Yes, thank you. Ms. Govender? Yes, thank you. Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. I agree with the last three speakers. And we also have other duties at the office that we have to perform between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, and we sit long hours, and we don't have other time. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Mr. Is it Mr. Profi, Mr. Pihlela, and Mr. Miss Governor? After Miss Governor is Miss Koka. Mr. Profi? Oh, okay. That seniority.
May I bring the most junior? May my seniors please?
Yes, that's fine. You just follow the three of them. Then I'll take other hands in case. I don't want us to prolong it.
My lady, very quickly, I support the views of Mr. Pina and Mr. Watt-Pringle.
Thank you. Who's next in terms of seniority? You know yourself, please. There was Ms. Koka.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, thank you for the opportunity. I also would like my lady to support the view of Mr. Pinar. Before 10 o'clock, we have other commitments, my lady. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Pihlela and Mr. Profi, I'll take other hands once I'm at the last speaker.
Yes, my lady, I also align myself with the views of the senior counsels on this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Profi, before I hear Mr. Profi, there was another hand whose hand was that? Ms. Koka, put your hand down, please.
The court, please,
Ms. Mjerere, and then after you, can you put, Ms. Koka, put your hand down? Okay, not now, Ms. Mjerere. Just wait, I'll let Mr. Profi, I want him to go before you, otherwise I'll lose the others. Can I ask you to put your hand down? Ms. Maite, I've noted you, between you, okay, that's fine. And I'm going to close after Ms. Maite if there are no other people. There's no need for us to be debating this, all of us. Yes, Mr. Profi?
My lady, my submission is very, very brief. That how we fit it in, whether it's starting at 9:30 and taking a 30-minute lunch, my only request is that we do somehow find an hour, because that translates into 5 hours in the week, and that gives us an extra court day in 1 week, which will be of significance in speeding up these proceedings. So if
the recordings?
No, but not the recordings, when we sit, my lady, whether we sit in half an hour earlier and half an hour later, that hour that we will be sitting every day translates to 5 hours in the week. So
okay.
It will give us more time. It's just an hour of sacrifice.
Oh, okay, all right. No,
it's half an hour in the morning, half an hour in the afternoon. It will translate in the grander scheme in terms of hours to sit.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Mjerele. I take it that she's the last. I see there are no hands.
Yes,
okay.
Please the court. Yes, please the
Oh,
court.
Ms. Maite, yes, you are after. You'll come after her. Yes.
I support the views of Advocate Pinar SC, because in the morning before 10 o'clock, my lady, like others have already said, we have other commitments to do. So it will not be best that we start earlier than 10 o'clock, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite.
May it please you, my lady. My lady, I would support the submissions that have been made by Senior Counsel Pinar as well as Senior Counsel Watt-Pringle. But I will also include the fact that at 4:30, I personally, and I know a couple of my colleagues, my lady, we do have an issue with having to go through traffic in order to pick up the kids. Yes. And that's also going to be a tremendous issue for specifically myself, my lady. So I'd like the ladyship to take that into cognizance in having to sit well beyond the court hours.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking that I must leave this issue. We see how we progress for now. In case we encounter that previous pace, that's when we can decide as to what to do. But for now, I don't think it's necessary, because we haven't seen the pace in which we're going to proceed now. At least today, I think we made a lot of progress. On that note, the proceedings will be adjourned. We'll then proceed.
My lady, if I may come in, it's Advocate Makani. My lady, I've been requested by Advocate Sibara to ask that he cross-examines after everyone has cross-examined.
That we can deal with that. We know we can deal with that tomorrow.
And also tomorrow, he'd be the one who's cross-examining. So in the event you find that everyone says they don't have
can we deal with that tomorrow, please?
Now, I think I have to put, let the court know this.
Yes, because now I'm being distracted. I was in the middle of a ruling. I had not yet finished.
Okay, you may.
Okay. Can I attend these proceedings and then Mr. Makani, you will address me tomorrow? Are you available tomorrow? Mr. Makani?
I am available, my lady.
Okay. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.